So, welcome to the monthly one shot. We have been doing monthly one shots here at the War Room for quite a while now. Usually it's the other GM, Tales from my table. But I am Arcticfox6 on Discord, Aaron Ryuta in real life. So, if you have any questions, feel free to stop. This is designed for people that are just trying out the systems, so there's no harm, no foul here. It is for my veteran players, probably going to be fairly straightforward and simple, but that is what it is. It is to just reinforce rules and to have you dig into the system and utilize what you have and the resources. So speaking of resources, each of you should have a character sheet. The ones that are laminated are the pregens that I've created. It doesn't matter if you want to change the gender, change the gender. I don't care. That's why I gave you 2 miniatures in your bag, one male, one female, or whatever. Feel free to just use what you want.
I don't tell which is which.
If you can't tell, then whichever one looks cooler to you, and whichever one speaks to you more. You'll also have a series of dice. So this is a role-playing game. So that means you have both rolls, and you're going to be making rolls with dice. So the dice are an integral part of this. There are apps that you can use that are dice rollers if you prefer. But generally speaking, having your set of dice is what you're going to bring to the table and along with your character sheet. So as speaking of roles, you will see how this is sort of formatted. I am what's called the Game Master, Dungeon Master. They're synonymous, and I control the world and the storyline and basically everything that is not a player character. You control what you can influence in your characters. So again, if you have any questions about this as we go along, it's just to ask. It's a narrative-based game. We do have a combat map here, which you don't actually have to use. What they call theater of the mind is when you don't use a map really, and you just work off of what your imagination and basically what I'll paint for you. And I do fairly descriptive scenes, so I love to get in character. Feel free to talk. I use accents and I'll do sounds and all this stuff. So we're just to try and get you immersed into the system and into the game. So when you're playing for real, I'll say when you're playing for real, but when you're actually joining or looking to join a campaign, the GM will set basically what the boundaries are for, like I did. I said 3rd level characters with what's called a point buy system. That's basically how you came up with what's called your stats, which are these 6 numbers on the kind of top left-hand side of your character sheet. The best way to look at your stats is to say, okay, an average human, average person, truly average, would be like 10s in everything, 9s or 10s in everything. So you can use that as sort of a gauge to determine, like, what am I really good at? Like, am I really quick? Do I have a high dexterity? Am I really strong? Do I have a good strength? Am I very wise? Can I make, quick decisions? Do I have a high wisdom? Am I book smart? Can I really tear apart, mathematic equations? That'd be intelligence. And then, or am I very charismatic? Can I sing and dance, or can I influence people or get them to think a certain way? That would be charisma. So those are the 6 stats that basically make up the entirety of who you are as a being in this game. So moving along the character sheet, if we do kind of one step over to the right, you'll see what's called saving throws. Each one of those corresponds to a specific statistic or stat that I just explained. So these saving throws are how you resist certain effects. So, like, for example, if you get like a snake that hits you, right, it's going to inject venom. Well, what's your ability to resist that? And that might be a constitution save. So anytime I end the sentence with a save, or any of your spells require saves, that's what they're talking about, that little box there. And what this is you're going to basically take your D20. So I'd like you guys all to take out your D20. We're going to practice with dice because some of you are brand new. So it's the one with the most faces that we use right now, at least in this group. There's bigger dice. Yep. So you just pick one and you're good to go. I gave you multiple in case you have multiple rolls that you'll make. So that's a D20. 70% of the rolls in this game, I would say easily, are a D20 based. How's it going, sir?
Sorry, I arrived a little bit late. I guess it was at 5:30.
Nope, it's at 6. So I'm just kind of explaining the system. So, yeah. Do we have any more pregens available? There's one more out there. Yeah, so perfect. That'll actually work.
Thank you.
So, all I'm explaining to the group is like basics in role playing. So I'm like very basic right now. We're going through a character sheet just so they know what it is, how it works, and then we'll jump into the actual game. So with the saving throws, we've gone through that. That's how you resist certain effects. Next block down, the kind of elongated block, are all your skills. So those are what you've picked up through experience, through training, and based on what your class is. So what role you fill. I said role playing is, both R-O-L-E and R-U, role R-O-L-L. Two kinds of roles there. This sort of determines, the class determines what skills you have along with your background, and then you have your statistics that feed into that. Each one of those has a statistic associated with it. Like, for example, athletics, and it's all alphabetical. Athletics. Some of you have the little bubble darkened, which means you're actually proficient or trained in it. Some of you don't. If you have proficiency in it, you add what's called the proficiency bonus. D&D 5e is based, a lot of the roles are whether you're proficient in it or not. So if you aren't, it just means you used a statistic, whatever it is. So in this case, strength for athletics. If you are trained in it, you add your proficiency bonus to that. And note that the proficiency bonus increases as you go up in level. So I had everybody start at level 3. So level 3 is a solid choice. I like it personally because you're not going to be, a super glass cannon. You're not going to get hit and then, fold after one unlucky roll. You have enough, hit points to kind of enjoy the system and really, really learn it. It is a little bit more complicated. If you start with level 1, it's much more simple. You can do a lot less, so it is a way to kind of roll into it. But in this case, I thought it'd be okay, particularly since we're using pregens for the new players to do so. But the level is basically how experienced you are after adventuring, or based on what you've done in your life. So the system is based around experience. So if you go into an encounter, which we'll discuss here in a little bit, if you go into an encounter, which could be a fight, it could be we're going to talk our way out of this, it could be like, hey, we're going to sneak around through these things and try and steal that, whatever it is, you'll be awarded experience points. So the experience points, you'll take a total for your individual character, and then you'll compare it to a table that's in the player's handbooks. I have 2 copies here, by the way, if anyone needs to reference them. And that's how you determine whether you're going to level. And leveling just gets you more class abilities. It means you're stronger, you get more hit points, you can take more hits. You get a bunch of different boons depending on what the class is and the level, and that's all charted in the player's handbook. So that is 5e. The other blocks, the important block that you're going to want to read through is that one in the bottom right, which has abilities. So that has both your racial abilities and abilities associated with your class. And it's my chicken scratch, apologize for that, but if you need me to kind of elaborate on what it is, just let me know, and I can read it out for you. You'll see how these all interact as we go through, and by the end of this, you should be able to at least read the character sheet and understand what the abilities do. So just quick show of hands though, who has never actually played in a D&D game?
I've played the small ones that are pre-made that you buy.
Yeah.
Yep. That was
Those are solid though.
Like that was one time.
Yeah. Well, welcome. So we'll just say that it's fine. You're new, or at least you'll have a little bit of a leg up on the experience. But it's great. So welcome. It's super fun. I've been doing this for like over 30 years now. But it's something that we used to do. We moved around every summer, odd years of my life growing up, and so this was a great way to meet people and have fun and in a good environment. So those are kind of the big things. Each of the classes I've already put out like cards. You should have cards associated with them. Anything that is not level 0, as soon as you cast it, you're going to flip it over, meaning you don't have that anymore. So that's how the spells are going to work in here. It's a little different in the actual game, but this is just, again, kind of a learning environment. So we're trying this out, and so that's how you're going to do it. The 0 level spells, though, you can cast an unlimited number of times. So you don't turn that over. You're always going to have those available to you no matter what, as long as you can actually cast them.
So, alright.
Yeah, the number should be on the back. So we are playing D&D 5th edition. So this is the 2014 version, so the older 5th edition. Now there's a new version. And I haven't gotten the books into that. I haven't read through it. It's basically, what I hear, kind of an evolution of 5e in this. So by learning this system, it's going to help you in learning the new system if you want. But there is a whole ton, like you guys were saying earlier, a whole ton of different D&D editions. Everybody seems to have their own favorite, and it can get quite heated online, as you can imagine. Silly though that may be, but definitely there are advantages and disadvantages to each edition. So the big ones that are played right now are D&D 5e is probably the biggest one, the one you're talking about right now. The next biggest one I would probably say is what's called Pathfinder 2. Pathfinder is a spin-off of D&D. It uses basically a lot of the same stuff, but they call it Mathfinder for a reason. So it is essentially, it's more analytical, it's more numbers based, it's a lot, I would say, deeper, much more depth, but it's also, because of that, it's much more complicated. So some people really like that. If you're going for simple, I would just stay in this edition. But those are kind of the two big editions that people are playing right now.
Like you mean with like puzzles?
Just like roles and how things stack and don't stack, and they have, you know, really advanced rules for like grappling and other things, you know. So there's a lot more to it. There's a lot more rules. So if you're really into that sort, you like digging into that, you like the sort of math and how many bonuses do I add up at the end, and now I'm going to hit this guy and I automatically hit him, and you know, that sort of thing. I grew up. I played a lot of Pathfinder 1st edition, a little bit of 2nd edition, and now I'm into 5e. I started in 2nd edition. So anyway, but we can go, if you have questions about editions, we can talk about that later. Well, I got got a mouthful there. I know it's like drinking from a fire hose, so let's take a second. If you guys want to, you know, introduce your characters, just say what your name is and what your class is, and then we'll just go all the way around, and then we'll get started.
Alright, good evening everyone. My name is Marcus Centrils. I'm a rogue assassin, halfling Lightfoot.
Alright, I can't really read this.
Oh, Cylindria.
Cylindria, what's the last name?
I'd have to look at it.
Turiel.
It's hyphenated.
Yeah.
Or it's, yeah. Turiel, yeah.
I am Druid. And what else? Elf. Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sildria. Hi, I'm Sildria.
It's an elven name. It's all right.
I'm a wizard. High elf. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm wood elf.
Yep. So there's different subspecies
Right.
of each of the classes for the most part.
I'm Dacus Forgeheart, I like that. Call me Forge. I'm a hill dwarf cleric of the light domain. So you can go there.
Yeah.
I am Eddie Van Hold, and I'm a paladin human.
Bokara Kexbane, fighter, soldier, and dwarf mountain.
Mountain dwarf,
Mountain,
yeah.
mountain dwarf.
Perfect.
Zlati, a tiefling warlock.
Okay. Well, did you want to jump in, or are you just going to listen?
I'm just gonna hang out.
Okay.
You got enough people.
All right. Yeah, so how this is going to work is I'm going to describe kind of the scenario to you. We're going to make this really easy and say that you're all already affiliated with each other. You all know each other. And usually session 0, you can figure out who knows who. I'm not going to mess with that. Session 0 is like the session before your first session, where you're kind of figuring out what characters you're going to play, how you all know each other, and all these things. I really highly recommend session 0s, just so that people can figure out and kind of coordinate who's going to play what, and then figure out what the setting is, house rules, that sort of thing. We're going to keep it very vanilla here. We can go into world building later, but I'm going to just say that you guys were hired on by a prominent dwarven clan that has happened across an island that has been uncharted, and basically they have tried to set up shop to explore it for the mineral riches and to get an advantage on kind of a global setting, and you are all hired on to the clan in order to figure out, help them whatever they need. You can be mercenaries and able to go with this brand new community that's been established on this island. So with that being said, you guys arrive via boat. The big sails are being struck, so they're taking down all the sails, and you know, you hear a number of shouting ahead, and there's a pretty decent sized dock ahead of you, a pier side with it, and you guys are pulling up to the pier. Lines are going over. The smell of salty water is in the air, and the sound of seagulls doing their cries in the distance. You can hear the discussions and, you know, low tones of talking that's going along. It's pretty busy. Lots of dwarves, but there's also representatives from basically every race that's here. And you see the captain, who you've been with for probably about a week now, says, "All right, you guys can go ashore. We're here. All right, I want bosun. You're gonna go and get me ready for all the supplies. Everybody get ready." He starts talking to the different crew members, and you see them doing their things. And you guys had just been, you can decide how involved you were with the crew, but at this point you have reached your destination. You do know that you are supposed to see the blacksmith. His name is Barakas, and he is basically in this town, what they call Pineville. You can see this is a basically a temperate, but a very cold temperate climate, and you can see kind of snow-capped peak of a single mountain that dominates the island. Basically everything's on a slope going up to this island. But yeah, you see horse-drawn carriages, you see people going through. So at this point, I play very sandboxy worlds normally. So you guys would normally be able to say, okay, well, we've landed, you know, what do we want to do? You know, do we have money? Can we go shopping? In this case, I don't have any money on your sheets. So this is just, like I said, to kind of get you in there, get you going. But you don't actually know where Barakas is, other than he's at the forge. He's a smith, and that's all it said to report to him once you guys arrived.
So we're currently still on the ship.
Yep. Still
Cool.
standing on the ship.
I push everybody out the way. I am booking it down, going, oh, I'm so, oh, it was the worst week. It was a week, right?
Yeah, it was
Worst
a week.
solid ground. Oh, thank God. Oh. Did anybody know where we were going? Because I was not paying attention.
We gotta find Smith.
Smith, yes, that's not here. That is great. Perfect. Yes.
We did tell you to eat more ginger on the boat.
Oh, I don't like ginger.
Yes, but it makes your stomach less gross.
Next time.
I've been casting Spare the Dying on you, but it's just not working.
Don't worry.
Everything can be solved with a keg of beer. That's it. And rum.
You seem to like that fish that came out of the ocean, though. We were in the middle of it. That jumped on the ship.
Because that was fun. But it took my mind off the fact that we were still rocking. So, we know we're looking for a smith. They're probably not going to be.
So is there like
this
a
area.
town map, or is there
Not
like
that you
a
can see.
fire, smoke in the air?
So with that, go ahead and give me a perception check. So that is one of the skills, and you can each do that. Once I prompt a perception check, unless I say otherwise that only they can make it, everybody can do that.
Okay, so what do I do?
So you're going to roll a d20, so the 20-sided die we just went through, and you're going to roll it and add that number that's in the right next to perception.
Okay.
Tell me what that total is.
8.
8.
15.
13.
So
13.
13?
24.
Okay. So you're just kind of enamored. The people that rolled under a 10, you're just like kind of like taking it all in. There's a lot of people moving. There's other boats here. And there's a lot of like people shouting and everything. It's kind of sensory overload almost, and especially since you've been on a boat where all you're hearing is the captain and the foreman and the captain giving basically barking orders. Very active, pretty small crew. So you guys are enamored. The other people that rolled a 10 or higher, indeed, you do see smoke coming. There are 3 smoke plumes that appear to be coming from deeper into this town. You're guessing it's a couple thousand people already. It's even bigger than you thought it would be, based on how new this was rumored to be. Yeah, you see those kind of 3 plumes.
Okay. So who all rolled higher than the 10? Alright, so there's what, 4 of us? I say we split up.
Absolutely.
No.
Oh no,
Well, no,
absolutely.
so yeah.
Okay, come on now.
First rule
Yes.
of D&D: do
That-
not
that's
split
it.
the
I was
party.
going to say there is it's fine,
Okay.
but and that's why we're learning, right? So it is generally you don't, but in this case it's a city setting, so it's not that big of a deal. But there are other things and other resources. So you mentioned you could look for a map. There isn't one at the docks, but that doesn't mean necessarily there wouldn't be one if you're able to feed. Most roads usually in these towns are going to lead to sort of a city center that maybe there's a map there. There's also a lot of people around. So
Is there a noticeable harbor master?
That's what I was going to ask.
Oh.
Yeah, the harbor master, she always know where to
Yeah.
go.
yeah, give me an insight skill check.
Everybody?
Insight.
Everybody.
If you want to, if you think your character would also, be along, because what I'm assuming is that people are kind of like mentioning, they're like, well, has anybody seen a harbor master? And then that's all of you kind of like looking around, right? That's what I usually, unless someone comes to me and like, I just want to do that. I'm not saying anything to anybody. I assume the players are sharing.
Okay.
Unnatural 20.
Natural 20.
Unnatural.
Unnatural. Okay.
How do you know
Not
if it's
20.
natural or not?
So if a 20 on the die
Okay.
is a natural 20,
Okay.
and then it goes up from there. And why that's important, it's a good rule that we can take a quick break. A 20 on the die is almost always something in my games that's like special, something cool happens. It might be pretty minor, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's significant. And the reverse is true with when you roll a natural 1. Even if you would have like succeeded on the check, you might not, and something else bad or annoying might happen.
I
as
rolled a
result.
19, but with my insight, it's
Nice.
22.
Yeah.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, you guys are anybody who's rolled a 15 or higher on the check. You basically see what looks to be a person that has a number of what look to be captains talking to him. He is out on the dock. He's one of the people, but again, there's tons of people here. But you can see he seems to be kind of carrying himself with some authority, even over, with these captains. And they're talking, about the slips and everything. So you're guessing that that's probably, who you're looking for. The harbor master is there, and it is a dwarf. So,
Hill dwarf, mountain dwarf.
Mountain dwarf.
interesting question. Probably is a mountain dwarf, to be honest with you.
We'll forgive you for that.
Yeah, we'll forget. It's fine.
Mountain dwarf. He's on my roll, I guess. He's my brother, I guess.
Does he speak English or does he speak his native language?
So as are you guys gonna approach him? So right now I just have you guys like on
found him.
on the dig. Yeah, like that's him right there. So yeah, you guys all walk up to go and maybe even listen in, kind of approach it. Not just running up and interrupting, but the conversation is coming to a natural close with the captains as you guys approach. And as he's going through and looking at all of you, he seems to recognize. He's like, there's something there. And he's looking at like your outfit and your what you're wearing with regards to your robes and maybe a holy symbol, and he's like, "Are you a knight? You just arrived."
Well, we are on our way to find a blacksmith named Baracus.
Baracus. Oh, yes. My cousin.
Cousin.
Yeah. You guys, you have
Yeah, we
two
are-
dwarven folk with ya. Excellent, excellent. Always use more in these parts. Yeah, old Baracus, he kind of points in the direction and gives you directions, and you can tell it's one of the plumes there that is enacted, suggesting a fire and work that's going on. Not too far away, really. But with that, he's he basically says, if you run into any problems, let me know. You guys can come to me anytime. Happy you're here.
What is your name?
What is it?
My name is Timon. And I am the harbor master in Pineville. Been here about 6 months.
Oh, so you got promoted that quickly.
They brought me in from the old world.
Well, Mr. Sorry, what was your name?
Timon.
Timon.
Timon. Can you point us to the forge?
Hmm? Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, my
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
Right over there. Right over there. Yeah,
He-
not too
he
far away.
pointed and gave directions, and then somebody asked his name.
Oh, so not bad.
You're good.
I suppose he's a dwarf too?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Even better.
So, it doesn't take long though for someone else to come up and kind of wait in line to talk to him, and then go through. He's clearly busy. They're trying to move cargo. There's you kind of overhear talk of livestock. They have a whole pen of it. There's been issues with the livestock, for his part, Timon is saying, well, kind of seems frustrated with this situation, and says, yeah, well, they gotta put better guards out there. I mean, it's the wild out there. Like, did you bring weapons? I don't care if you brought cows. And he goes off and kind of storms off together in his gruff way with some human that's nervously kind of talking now. And it's like, I just brought what they told me to bring. And he scoffs as they go off, and leaving you guys standing kind of at the edge of the pier.
Shall we?
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right. You guys make your way through the town. There definitely is a series of taverns. It looks like individual houses, units that have been built, all using sturdy lumber. If you want to imagine kind of a style, probably Viking would be about the closest thing, in the form of like semi-long houses. And some of them are bigger and have multiple stories, but by and large, most of them are still pretty freshly cut and formed by the dwarves and their excellent marksmanship. Their excellent craftsmanship. And as you guys make your way around the corner, you see a smithy and the shop. You see the smoke billowing out of it, and the clinking of hammer and anvil occurring, and that's sort of, as you're getting closer, overtaking that droning sound of people talking that you often find in bigger cities. So you guys
Are there any like street signs?
no street signs
Street
yet.
signs? Okay.
No, and roads are all dirt. So, despite its size, I mean, this could be like you're one match away from lighting up this place. It
So
seems
like
like.
an old Wild West town?
Right. Yeah. Very similar. Yeah.
Just one street.
Well, so it's more like they've cleared the whole land, and then they put buildings, so it's like, and then the streets are just kind of what a building wasn't put on, and so they're kind of trying, because they're dwarves initially, they kind of made things in fairly neat, rows, all centered around a center point, like we were talking about earlier, how they might have a city center. They indeed do, so it has like this city center, and it seems like the roads kind of emanate from there, branch off from that. But you guys aren't quite at the city center. It's within sight. You do see a number of wagons, and it looks like it's a little bazaar that's been stood up there. But indeed, you'd see it says Baracus's Forge on a little creaky wooden
What are we
sign.
looking for him for?
So he is kind of your next place of where, who you are to basically talk to get your mission from.
The next boss.
So,
Let's go introduce ourselves.
All right. And I do pauses. I could put it on rails, but sometimes players like to do other things, or they like to approach from the side or whatever. So don't be afraid if you're like, well, duh, I would approach it. Just say it, and then you approach it. Because, like I said, you'd be surprised how many times I've had people like, I don't want to do this at all. I'm going to go this way, and we're going to go around, and then I'm going to try, Anyway, so I just offer opportunities to do.
I kind of do think it would be wise if somebody did kind of scout the area first.
Okay.
Like around the buildings of where the forge is. I mean,
Perhaps
just to be
somebody
safe.
small who's naturally sneaky.
I'm bulky, so forget about it.
Cue Rogue.
Alright, shall walk around the side here so I can see on the side of the forge.
Okay. Are you going to try to be sneaky, or are you just going to walk casually? Like you're going to try and blend in?
I just want to blend in.
Okay. So with that, we'll say you can do either a like a diplomacy check or a stealth check.
Let's do a stealth check.
I guess it's persuasion. It's
Yeah.
not diplomacy anymore.
Diplomacy is Pathfinder.
Yeah, it is. Persuasion. So
For persuasion?
either one. You could choose.
What was the other one?
And persuasion and stealth.
Yeah, let's try with stealth.
Okay.
7 plus 5.
So 12. So with the 12, you end up going around. You're not as quiet as you'd like to be. Maybe there's some hay or something that's thrown out, or you kind of you don't like make a big fool of yourself in like a giant, but you're not as quiet. You know you could do better. But you scout around the perimeter of the building, and it's a fairly open design. There's a lot of air that goes into this, and inside it looks like there is 2 people working. There looks like there's a tall, younger human, and there looks like there is a short, squat, grumpy-sounding dwarf that seems to be barking orders at this young human as he's trying to pound this metal into shape. And you can't quite. So
That will be Baracus.
yeah, and then you don't notice that anybody is in kind of around the sides of the building. Give me a perception check while you're doing it.
Natural 12. 2 perceptions. 14.
14. So you don't notice that anybody's like staking it out or watching it or anything like that, or paying it any more mind than any other building here. There are definitely people that are kind of walking back and forth and around, but yeah, you're pretty much alone on the sides of the building, and then on both ends of the building there's people, but that's because it's kind of those busy arterial streets. So nothing else that you see. You do see, though, that there appears to be a trash pile, and the trash pile does seem to focus a lot on weapons. You see a lot of broken hats. It looks like he's kind of failed with maybe forging up some axes or hammers, and the heads, he's put a lot of scrap back here. So there is that, for what it's worth. Yeah.
I would like to, if all of us are going straight to him, I'm assuming there is a cashier front desk.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so.
And I'm assuming that it's an outdoor to where there's no door.
It is. Yeah, there is a door, but it's open. Everything's open right now.
I'd like to stand on the outside to keep watch for us.
Okay.
Well,
So you're not going to interact
really,
with Caracas?
all of us don't have to go.
True.
Like, that's like a flood, so just someone want to go in?
We're here, and I was like,
Well,
hold
first
on.
of all, we have
Pile
to
in, I
find out
guess.
what is our mission, right? And our mission was
Can-
just to present
can,
to go
a
to
few
him.
of us stay outside and kind of like watch the traffic
Sure.
and see what places are more
Yeah.
visited than others.
Sure.
Anybody with
In
foods.
Dwarvish, I would say to the two of you, it's like, so all of us don't need to be inside. How about one dwarf in,
One
one
out.
dwarf out? Everybody else can figure themselves out.
I'm a soldier. Where are you?
Claire.
I'll stay outside, you go in.
Oh, then I'll stay outside. Carly.
Okay.
Just watching people, something comes bad. I know it's a dangerous
So
mission,
these
so.
two go in.
Okay, so the 3 of you? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, it's... Oh, go ahead.
Since he said there was a front desk, correct?
Mhm.
I want to go up to the front desk a guy's attention because there's apparently no cashier at the desk.
Yeah, yeah. It has like what looks to be like a metal plate and a gavel, all very intricately carved in kind of Viking motif, if you will, for like a simple little hammer. But you're guessing that would make a lot of noise if you were to bang on it, and it does. The metal thing does have what looks like little worn marks where it's been hit before. So.
I sort of crouch down and do it.
Okay.
So tall.
Bang! Now, did you decide you were a tabaxi or are you going with the elf?
I really want to be a tabaxi.
Do it. It's fine. We'll just use the stats if you're okay with that. We won't use the stats.
It's a cat person.
It's a cat.
Yeah. So
I actually have no tabaxi.
you could. Yeah. So so there are a lot of races. I kept it only to vanilla for just again learning purposes, but I can show you a lot of other cool races. I mean, they have like you could be centaurs, you could be minotaurs, you could be you could be an amoeba, which is actually what the other guy was talking about being. You can be all kinds of elves, you can be goblins, you can be orcs. There's tons of races, and we can go into that at the end.
Well, that's cool. Next
Yeah.
time I'm using Kiki.
You can be whatever you want. You could just reskin it. If you had something in mind, I don't care if you change your race as long as the stats stay the same. I don't care what you look like.
I'm good with this.
Yeah.
But I mean, that,
Maybe next time, if you guys want to come to next month's or whatever, you can just let me know what you want, and then I can make one for you. Okay. So, I'm gonna pound on it.
He's gonna be grumpy.
Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Tim, damn it! I told you to hold those clamps down. You see how it's moving? And you hear a slam on the ground of metal on dirt ground as it wobbles, and then you see this dwarf come out full of soot all over. He has a black beard, bald, and the beard is totally filled with ash. And he comes up, total dirt all over his face, and he goes like to wipe his sweat off his brow, which even puts a streak of dirt and grime on it. All right, who are you?
We're the crew you told us to come here. I assume we're gonna do work for you?
Oh, yeah. Okay. You guys must have made good time on the waves. The last group that was supposed to come didn't even arrive. I think their ship probably got waylaid by something. So, well, but glad to have you now. Yeah, no, I absolutely. Hold your horses. He goes around the corner. Jam, what are you doing? I need you to go back there now. Go get some scrap wood, bring it back so we can make something out of the handles. Go. These apprentices. He comes over, stands behind the counter. All right, so the town of Pineville has been established a year now. We're having all kinds of problems. But probably one of the biggest ones that we want you to take care of in the short term before we can branch out into other things is a mine called Silvac Delph. And you guys that speak Dwarven know that's Dwarven for silver mine. Surprise, surprise. But Silvac Delph in Dwarven is silver mine. We have a silver mine, and, well, cousins of mine were up there running it for about, 4 months. They were coming back every couple of weeks for supplies, but haven't come back for supplies, nor have they dropped off into this ore that they said that they found. I'd like you guys to go out, investigate, see if you can get in touch with them and see what the hell's going on. He's a tough old bastard, but having him not report in is troubling. We haven't seen him in a month. So,
Is that
yeah.
usual for him to disappear for a month?
Oh, yeah. No. So, yeah. The Four family are known and renowned for their smithing abilities and being able to sniff out the ore veins, and then their processing skills are unmatched, except for their desire to go to the bottle. So they tend to like to restock about every 2 weeks or so. So yes, it is very weird. 2 weeks overdue, essentially. Enough for me to want to send you all.
We all need our medication.
That is a
Yeah.
long time to be without ale.
Right?
Are we the first
Now you
group
see
to go
why I'm
check?
worried.
Has anyone else gone to check on them?
No. So we were supposed to get another group last week come in on the Intrepid, but never showed. I haven't heard one thing or another. So I assume they've been sunk, or I don't know what happened to them.
So, you say this guy's been missing for 2 weeks without ale.
4 weeks since we've seen him. He would be out. I mean, I bet you if they knew they weren't coming, they might be able to ration out. But the willpower is probably not going to last too much longer.
Well, just hypothetically speaking.
Hmm.
Wouldn't we need some money to bring him the ale? In case, he needs his medication and all.
I love the way you think. This is wonderful. Give me an hour, and I'll get you some kegs, and then we could give you advances up front for money, and then we'll pay you upon completion of whatever you find out. But beyond just a family thing, it's important to the city that we have this mine up and running. It's one of 3, so we don't have a lot of other options, and this one was looking promising. I've never seen him so excited.
So from outside, I'm listening. I didn't catch the name, so I kind of turned around, look at inside the door, and I said, "What is her name?" Or the name of the family person.
Darius 4. F-O-R-E. 4.
And another
His brother's
important-
up there.
Is there any dangers that we need to be aware of? You never
Oh.
mentioned that there's problems in the silver mine, but which
Well,
ones?
I don't know. I mean, they're tough. But I mean, we've been having issues with livestock and the farms all in the periphery of the city. Outside of the city walls. Pretty much, if you're outside of the city walls, you're fair game to whatever's prowling the nights.
So what do you mean?
So
You've been
what's
having troubles with livestock?
what's happening to them?
Well, attacks to put it blankly.
Mutilated cows.
Yeah, mostly eaten though.
So definitely not
Strange
wolves.
footprints.
So definitely not wolves.
Definitely.
Could be, I don't know. I mean, this is all just rumor. And you know how people get when they're rumor bill in the taverns, right? But
Is this Timon?
Baracus.
this is Baracus.
No, but he said he had a brother.
Yeah, Tarius the 4th.
So Darius 4,
Oh,
and
Darius.
then Darius. So Darius is a cousin because this is a dwarven community. They're all the same clan that hired you, right?
Gotcha.
And so they're all gonna be blood red. This is how it goes. So it's Darius, and we'll say it's Bach. Well, let me see what I can do. But first things first, follow me to the town hall. We'll get you guys your upfront pay.
Do we need a wagon or anything to travel, or
Well,
is that?
yeah, I'll get you guys a wagon to put the ale on. Yeah, I got one. I'll go to the house and go grab it. Like I said, let's get you paid first so you can go shopping, and then I'll go get the affairs in order so we could get them supply in case it's good news, and then you guys can head out and go and figure out what the hell's going on. Okay.
Plan.
All right, follow me. You go, Tim, lock it up while I'm gone. Yes, sir. You hear? All right, come on. He's like 14. But he's really tall, lanky, human. He's also covered.
Compared to a dwarf.
Exactly.
Pretty sure he puts his
Exactly.
head on a lot.
But like compared to like Eddie, he's definitely a 14-year-old, right? Eddie's much taller. Yeah, yeah, could be a little older, but all right. So he takes it. Doesn't take him long. Goes into the city hall. Goes behind. He's like, wait here. Lets himself behind the desk. Goes around. Talks to the secretary. You see him counting out gold. They come back and they're gonna give you guys 50 gold to start, and then it'll be 150 upon completion of the mission. You will also have, they say, salvage rights. So a part of your contract that you guys all signed on, you just did, was that you guys, dwarves are big on trying to figure out the specifics of like the contract that you guys are under. You do know that you do have salvage rights, so anything that you find that is not otherwise taken up by a civilized individual is open for claim by you. So those are salvage rights, pretty straightforward, but important detail. So yeah, you guys get your 50 gold. He says, I'll get you those. Here is a map that we had back in with the secretary. This is to one of the mines. I'd like you to take a look at that now. That can't leave this place. So commit it to memory, the map to get there, and then imagine how you're going to do it reverse coming back. Because we don't allow just anyone to look at this because it's one of the cities. This is like a critical structure or a critical function of the city.
Can I make a crude copy of it so that we have, it's like, in case anybody's memory sucks. It's like, oh, were we supposed to go left or right at Albuquerque?
Well, why don't you give me a persuasion check, because he is not keen on that.
That is a natural 20 plus 5.
Oh. I don't know why they do this. Yeah, I don't see any problem with that. No, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I just don't tell them you're doing it and reply. I would ask that you burn it afterwards, but I don't even care about that really.
No problem. This is just to make sure that we don't get lost from here to there.
Yeah.
Okay, so she doesn't lost.
All right. Yeah, and I'll you guys don't have to buy rations. I appreciate y'all being here as part of the 20. I'll get you guys enough rations to take care of you for a week, and I'll just put it in the carriage. Yeah, the wagon. All right, break. And he goes off. Storms off, and he's like recounting things in his head, what he needs to do. And you're left in the town hall.
I look at
Long
Bob, and I don't know what time is it to check what time is it.
Oh yeah. So we'll just say about noon. Actually, sun's right about. I mean, it's still low declination, but it's about what you'd expect noon to be.
Okay. So is it winter or summer to find out how
summer.
It's summer. So
Yeah,
okay,
late spring.
Okay. Cool.
You still see like the mountains still have full snow on them, and
Okay.
it's still that kind of crisp air,
The
very
loft.
clean smell.
Okay.
But the snow is not on the ground. It's probably just melted because there is a lot of kind of water and like cut streams into the like little creek streams that was formed by the melting snow. So you can tell this place was covered in snow at one point, relatively soon, but it isn't now.
Okay, so we have about 6 hours to get to the mine if it's still during light, so we need to. So either,
Yeah.
or we wait.
And it's actually, if you're looking at the map, it is it looks like a 2-day trip.
Okay. So we don't necessarily have to worry about food, which is great. We might as well do a little bit of pre-travel shopping, see if there's any extra
Healing
weapons, potions, kits and things that we might need. Anybody know what they need right off?
Let me
Such
check.
as healing potions?
Yep.
I would like to.
So,
I don't know if I can
50?
upgrade my
Yeah,
weapon.
How many gold did we get?
50.
50. I mean, theoretically, we have 3 healers. Or-
I'm gonna get an explorer's pack, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm a big heavy guy. Well, I know we don't have to worry about food, so then I don't have to. But I would like to buy a couple of healing potions, and I don't know, check out the weaponry to see if I can get a better weapon than the one that I have, if it's possible.
Okay. Well, you are in the smithy, and he specializes in weapons. You guys
Okay.
are just kind of in the like entrance to, or were in the entrance to the smithy. But you can check that out when you guys go and link up with him in an hour.
Okay.
But the other stuff, the potion. So you guys do. Why don't you guys give me a survival check? Let's do a survival check. Potion of healing. So you have one, and it's 2d4. So that would be 4-sided dice. They look like little pyramids.
Oh no, I have to.
And it's adds 2. So you're gonna roll these twice, and then add 2 when you take damage. And we'll go into that because
Okay. Okay.
yeah. So that's what that is.
So if everybody has
So
healing
if it has a
potions-
D, that means dice, and the number after the D is the number of sides it represents. So if it's a D20, that's a 20-sided
And then
dice.
+2.
Yeah.
Whatever I roll.
So you would do
Okay,
two.
okay.
So you'd roll 2d4 plus 2 for that healing potion. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, what is okay? I have an ironwood scale mail.
Yep.
Is that what that
So
okay.
druids can't wear metal armor.
Okay.
So
leather, right?
it has to be natural. So the ironwood is a specific type of wood that's as hard as iron, so it can be substituted for metal parts, and you happen to have one as one
And
of
then
your
a ring
items
of
that I gave you.
protection, wooden
nice.
shield.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. So the ring of protection is basically a ring that has like a very translucent, really close to the skin that covers you. It's a magic barrier. And it's like a shield, if you will, like a little like Star Trek
Force
shield
field,
kind of
yeah.
thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's basically what it is.
Okay.
Yeah. So the player's handbook does have an equipment list, so that's where you could go if you want to take a look and see what's available. So you can see the equipment's going to be on the first pages, which is the glossary, and then you can see what else they have. They have a ton of different stuff. But take a moment to kind of familiarize yourself with the book. This is probably the minimum that I would purchase if you want to get into this edition. You need this one, and then the other good ones would be Monsters of the Multiverse, because that has a lot of races in it, which I love. And then Tasha's and Xanathar's Guide to Everything. Those are really good for like options, but I would pick up this book when you can and then just read through it. At least the first half. The last half's like spells, so you don't necessarily need to read all those.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the weapons we have are just the base.
So some of you have
Not
magic
necessarily.
weapons. So I gave you each 2 magic weapons, or 2 magic items. Some of you have weapon and armor, some of you have a ring and armor, some of you have other things, right? So
Those, in which section are those? Over here?
they're right
Okay.
there in equipment. Yeah, bottom middle.
So I have here battle axe on the attacks and spell casting. So that's my weapon, or
That's your main weapon, yeah.
Okay.
And then the plus to hit is what you're going to add to your d20 to hit.
Okay.
And then if you hit, and we'll go through all that in the combat section.
Okay.
If you hit, you do the damage listed, and again, the
Right now
D
you have
stands for the
plus
dice,
one
and the
armor.
number after the D is the number of sides, the dice that you need to pick
Okay.
up.
So that's how.
My armor class. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. But we're gonna go all through that. You will be attacked. Spoiler alert. I know it never happens in D&D ever.
So what is that?
Just once I have a friendly game.
A scimitar. So scimitar is a
pirates.
curved blade, sharp, single
like a
side.
sickle?
It's like no, it would be. Think of it
Pirates.
kind of like a thicker cutlass, like a curved, with the handle. The pirate might use.
Or like,
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Kind of like that.
Indiana Jones.
But this one, yeah, yes.
Okay.
If you watched Indiana Jones, the first one, that one has the guy that was twirling.
Oh yeah.
That's a
like
scimitar.
from Prince of Persia.
I found out.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah. Persian weapon, actually.
So we don't
Moorish weapon.
necessarily need healing potions. Anybody looking to pick up more weapons, not necessarily ones that are made of metal, since we've gotten about an hour before we meet up with him again.
I'd like to save.
Yeah, I got a crossbow and a warhammer, so it's melee and missile, so I think I'll be good.
I say for the next hour, since we don't really need to buy anything, we should go to the tavern
Okay.
Yes, all
and
good
actually
adventures
eat
start in
something
the
that's
tavern.
not rationed and tastes like salt.
We should eat before we go.
All right. So who all is going to go to the tavern? Is that going to be a group? All right.
While
So-
y'all get to the tavern, I'm gonna go check this pile of trash weapons, see if there's anything any good while Ruckus is gone.
Okay. Yeah. Give me.
Ask, dude. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's in the trash.
Finders keepers.
Yeah.
True.
One
True.
man's
It's in the
trash is
trash.
another.
However, dwarves are very particular about what's
Yeah.
theirs.
I would say
so-
yes.
You've never been dumpster diving?
But he's a halfling, so you might not
Especially
know.
outside of art centers. Like,
They're very sharing people.
You might find the one ring.
Yeah.
I'll meet
Uh-oh.
up with you at the tavern.
Now that old thing, I just threw that away. Then yeah, you can give me a perception check. Everybody else can go into the tavern.
One. I can
As
roll
you're
again,
searching through as you're
Cut
searching
yourself.
through the trash, you hear a shuffle of feet in the doorway of the back doorway for the smithy, and it stops, and you kind of look up slowly to meet the gaze of Timothy, who seems to be looking at you and is like, "You gotta be kidding me."
not Anakin giving you the glare.
What are you doing?
Just looking around. Just kind of admiring some of y'all's creations.
That's the scrap.
Oh, this isn't the good stuff. I thought y'all just like.
Brackus, we have a thief. You want to deal with him? He kind of looks at you. Are you sure you want to deal with the dwarf?
No,
He's angry.
Not a thief. I was just looking.
Sure, pal. Sure. Look elsewhere, please.
Alright, I'm gonna head out. Have a
All right.
great day.
He watches you as you leave. All right, you guys go into the, we'll call it the Dancing Axe Beak is the tavern. And yeah, it has a big axe beak, which is like a terror bird style thing, with a very specific type of beak. Makes it look like an axe. And you know, the sign is definitely has lots of big cracks in it and everything, and seems to be a lot of people drinking and talking inside. And you can feel kind of the warmth of just the number of people that are in there kind of hit you as you guys enter. There is actually an empty table, and it's kind of in the middle of the back of the space. You can see tons of people, obviously most of them sailors, coming in, and lots of ale being passed around, and you know, a couple people are breaking into song, but it's you know, they look like one of the waitresses comes by, one of the maids comes by, and she has like this like full on small game bird that's been cooked up, and it has a couple carrots in it and stuff, and you're like, oh, that smells so good. As she goes by, and it's like, please help yourself. Take a seat when you're able, if you want to stay. And then you hear, come on, bring it over here. Rah, rah, rah. I'm hungry. Blah. She's like, I'm coming. And then she goes off. But lots of talking. It's particularly loud in this tavern. But as you guys were kind of walking your way to the smithy and even to the town hall, like, it seems like all the taverns have, you know, pretty good patronage going on. Lots of people everywhere. So.
Well, I say we listen out for anything about the animals, what's going on with cattle and stuff.
Okay.
We'll also ask about the dwarf we're looking for. If
Yeah.
anybody's seen him?
Darius and Bach 4.
I'll just have a beer.
Okay.
That simple as that.
I just want food that's not rational.
So if you're going to ask somebody, it's persuasion or intimidation. If you're going to just listen in, it's perception. So it sort of depends, and if you're just drinking, then
Can
you
we-
can just drink. I'll still have you roll a perception, or I'll just use your passive perception. So 3. Okay, so 13.
No,
All right.
3.
3
Oh.
passive.
No,
That's the bottom there. It should
Yeah,
be just
that-
plus. I did my data filled it out.
it's not feeling.
Yeah, so
But
it's
13.
it's going to be your perception plus 3 plus 10.
Okay, so we're using this dice, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. D20.
So my perception is 23.
Wow.
Gotta love druids.
All right, and then whoever's doing so you're doing perception, you said?
Yeah, I'm listening
Okay.
for about the cattle and stuff. And the
Yeah, you hear maybe the next table over, it seems like amidst a couple of the sailors who seem to be actually from the area, talking with maybe a brother at the table, and the brother is in more commoner clothes. You would guess he kind of has more of a farmer vibe to him. He's not a sailor vibe. And you overhear him talking. Yeah, it's just the damnedest thing. We can't keep these things alive. We tried everything. We tried fencing. We've tried, posting guards. And, the dwarves won't give us any support out there. Not on any consistent basis yet. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, we hear that they just don't have a lot of soldiers to spare. And they're trying to improve the shipping lanes is sort of their priority so they can keep this place alive. All the soldiers have been assigned to ships. So, well, I know, but we gotta feed ourselves. We gotta have food. It's like, yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. I mean, I brought you and Mom some mutton from the old country. So, it's like, yeah, I appreciate that, but I don't know. It's just seems to be some sort of monster, for lack of a better word. I mean, I don't know. One of the farmers, the Littlefoots, they said that it's large and with scaly skin, very large. I mean, these things leave footprints, but I ain't seen any kind of footprints like this before. Well, it's weird in this kind of climate, don't you think? Like a lizard or something?
Can we talk to him? Or
Yeah, go on.
I want to ask him which area are these?
Oh, friend! Hey!
You roll
Persuasion.
19 plus 3.
Wow. They embrace you immediately, pull you right in. You're like, oh, welcome!
I am the cleric
Hey!
of the healing. So.
A cleric? Oh my goodness. Would you be able to provide healing and treat diseases?
I would be glad to help anyone who's in need.
Their eyes all light up.
For free.
And I'm even looking to help you with the animals problems.
For
But
free.
We have to know what area because we're having to leave town in search of somebody.
Oh. Well,
Exchange of
We're hoping the
information.
big giant lizards have got you.
well, we had. So, actually, my daughter has dysentery really bad. Is there anything you can do about that? I think
Gotcha.
didn't Jimmy? He almost lost an arm. They were trying to just bandage it up, but
3 Hail Marys. Would be fine.
it'd be good. Good to go. No, but they're appreciative of and they're looking at you and looking at your holy symbol and fascinated, that a cleric's here. But yeah, no, greatly appreciate it. Yeah, we're the Smiths. So you just go and he kind of gives you directions to go to their place. And he says, it sounds like if you guys are whenever you're done, maybe you can come talk to us or whatever, and we can kind of fill you in on that aspect of it. But who are you looking for?
We're looking for
Darius.
Timon's cousin, Brack, and
Darius?
Darius. Yes.
Oh. They all kind of look at each other. The farmer boy's like nodding. He's like, now that I think of it, we haven't seen them in a while.
We fear they might need a cleric. Do you know what last time they would be in, or?
Well, they were part of the mining community. This is the farmer speaking. No, I mean I've worked with Darius and provided him, corn and some of our produce on a pretty consistent basis. But you're right, we haven't seen him. What was he blathering on about? This last time he came, this was only probably a month ago now. He said something about like a goblin tribe or something that he was concerned about.
Sound like a big lizard, but okay. It might be.
No. Yeah, the mines. Well, there's 3 of them, but the mines are in a different direction. Yeah, you're going to be heading almost directly due north towards the mountain. The our farms are all east and west of the city.
Which is the scaly monster.
The ones that we've heard, I've not seen anything. Always attacks at night, and we just don't have the ability to deal with anything martially until the dwarves can give us some support either through their armies or through mercenaries.
Let us find out about our cousins, and then we will come.
Oh, I'd be in your debt.
Perhaps help you guys.
We don't have a lot of money, but we can make up for it in other ways.
Oh no, we don't
We have-
accept money.
Ah, no,
Really?
Or just
no.
No,
Just
no.
yourself.
I'm just
Oh,
asking.
always
We're
speak
not
for
doing anything
yourself.
for free.
Oh, okay.
Everything has
I thought we were-
information or
we're doing it on a
Maybe the paladin.
Paladin.
Yeah. But yeah, no, yeah, Jesus. I'm trying to recall. There's something about a spellcaster he was trying to deal with or something. But we were surprised. I remember that distinctively.
I gotta go back to work. So.
Yeah, all right. Sorry about that, man. No, he was talking about they were just too close to the mine for comfort. But I remember it distinctively because we were just surprised that there was some endemic goblins here. Apparently, somehow they got here, or they've been here for a long time. We don't know. So, yeah, that's strange.
Good, then we'll keep a lookout for them.
Yeah.
Is our stuff ready? Are we ready?
Yeah,
to
I
go?
mean, whenever you're done, if there's anything else you'd like to do, let me know. Otherwise, we can fast forward to.
I like to try to get at least one beer from the bar.
Okay. Actually, you guys will have like meals and stuff like that.
Cast guidance on him.
I also want to listen around about the missing ship. Maybe there's some sailors in there.
Okay. And you rolled the natural 20, right? Or was it a dirty 20?
Well, no, it was 16 plus the.
Okay.
Do I roll again?
No, it'll just be a part of the roll.
Oh, okay.
It's fine. It's a good roll. Yeah, there's definitely a talk of that. They haven't heard from the ship called the Intrepid. So it's one of the kind of 4 ships that have been coming back and forth and providing. So 1 of 4 is not a good. That's a pretty heavy loss. So that's why the dwarves have put kind of their quote unquote marines onto the boats to kind of help protect them and hopefully they are all right. But no, you hear one of the sailors talks about it was that sea serpent. Absolutely, the sea serpent attacked. And the other one's kind of looking at him like, whatever, Johnny, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Sea serpents and crap. Come on. He's like, no, it's out there. I'm telling you, it's stalking. We had it following us for like a full day. And one of the other guys said, yeah, I'm pretty sure we saw it. It's like, you're full of crap. That was a whale. It's like, no, it wasn't. And by the way, you were so drunk, you couldn't even stand up straight. That's why they whipped you. What? No, I know exactly what it was, and it was no whale. And so they go into it back and forth. But they talk about the vessel has been missing, and I know a couple people in the crew, and that's pour a little bit out for them. But then the waitress goes by and says, "Don't pour out on them. Go outside if you're going to do that. Stinking up the place." But so that's about what you get with that
lean
roll.
back and press the digitate to clean up that little spill.
Oh, thank you. You see, like the waitress has like full beers and everything going around, and you see she was trying to use her foot to get like a mop and like wop it while she's walking, but she like thank you, and then she pops a little beer in front of you, and then off she goes.
I'd like to talk to the person in charge.
Okay. So yeah, you can go, and probably the one behind the counter seems like
bartender.
the bartender is the one that seems to be barking orders to the waitresses. I mean, it's just a busy. It's not like being particularly mean or anything. It's just really busy. So yeah, you go up to him, and he's there, kind of fixing things, straightening them up. He's pouring some drinks to put on the trays, and notices you. Howdy, stranger.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Yourself?
It's been a long journey.
Ah, you just arrived on the boat, huh?
Yes.
I don't
yes.
suppose you heard anything about the Intrepid, did you? See any evidence while you guys were out there?
No,
Anything?
I have not.
No? My
Um,
goodness.
I do have some questions.
Yeah,
So
alright.
this village hasn't been here for very long. What was this before y'all came and settled?
Well, it was kind of the flattest ground that we could find. I was here when it was laid down. So, yeah, we did clearing. We used the mages and, you know, some of our druid friends to help us sort of clear the land and preserve it as much as we could on the outside, but to clear it away from the center part so we could set up shop. I mean, there were some... There were some strange kind of monoliths. We removed them.
I'm sorry.
What's a monolith again?
It's a giant
Like,
stone,
Think of Stonehenge.
like a stone face.
Like
Wasn't
Easter
nobody
egg.
here.
Okay.
Kinda, but it was so worn, like some people thought it was just natural.
They moved it? The druids let them move it?
No, that was pre-druid. We just used the druids to kind of clear out the major trees so that they could keep them alive and transplant them elsewhere.
So this was just a random piece of land that you just found and settled.
Yeah, that's how that works. Give me a persuasion check.
24.
Ah, you got his full attention. You see, like he's kind of pulling himself away, but then he's kind of like, "No, you're new. I'll entertain it." And so he kind of works, you know, off to the side while he's talking. He's handing, you know, beers and stuff. He turns his back to you a couple times, but you can tell he's still listening to you. So go ahead.
Do you have any when you found it? Did you have any artists or any books that have anything on that stone that you found?
Yeah, they're probably in the town hall. I think, yeah, Gerald, God's rest his soul, he loved to catalog everything, had drawings of stuff, took basic measurements in his way. He loved to catalog everything. So, I'm pretty sure he took a sketching of one.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Do I have to roll?
No, you can piggyback off his role. He has his attention. He's just kind of, so then you're coming in and he's like, oh, another new face.
What did you do with the monoliths?
I mean, they probably at the bottom of the bay, probably right underneath your boat.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Is there a problem?
No, definitely not.
Were there any wars or any
What class are you?
different people you came along with when y'all first started?
Well, I mean, no. It's just no. I mean, totally uninhabited from what we could tell, other than what may have been these stone monoliths, suggesting something else. But nothing civilized has come our way.
For future reference, do not ever move a monolith.
We are dwarfs. We don't think. Yeah. We just remove.
Yeah. They probably used the stone, actually, thinking about it. They
Yeah.
probably broke it all up to use some of the wall. That's probably what happened to some of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a
That makes
dwarf
sense.
town, right?
And that makes sense of how they got the... That's probably what happened, he says. But I'm pretty sure we did put one that was right on the water into the water underneath the bay. It's like-
We don't believe in those nonsenses of dwarves and goblins. We just like to smash.
No, they're my kind of people. They don't give a crap.
Your fate is your own then.
We like to get into trouble, so
Yeah, well...
Some of us answer to a higher power.
I thought dwarves were supposed to be a bit more superstitious.
no. Or do we?
The dwarves are superstitious about their stuff.
Yeah.
They don't care about anything else.
Yeah.
No, he's a human, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah,
was
he is a
human.
human.
Bartender?
Okay.
Yeah, bartender is a human.
Okay.
Yeah. So are the waitresses all going Yeah.
So they're also human. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, y'all ready to go?
I am.
I'd like to
I
ask
had
one
enough.
one
All right.
question. So as far as the population,
Yeah.
how many?
She took it.
What did I
Out
do?
of, if you give me a percentage of the races here, I know that most of them are dwarves, but I've only seen, or I've heard of only two,
Well, this
well,
one
very
is
few
free,
humans.
so you can-
So how many?
We're around. Yeah, we're probably the next most. Gnomes are probably the next one, but they stick to their tinkering shops and they do their thing. There's a lot of them that are mining as well. Not mining, farming. So probably I don't know, 70% dwarves, 20% gnome, 15% human. The rest are all the other smattering of races.
Thank you, good sir.
Yeah, well, no, thanks for your patronage. And just remember when you guys come back.
She wants an L for the road.
Oh. Yeah, all right. Here you go. Puts one down.
It just takes the
We just appreciate you guys coming out here. We know it's not a hop, skip, and a jump, and that boat ride can be something else. So,
Don't.
oh, I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah, they had strap me in and hang me out over the edge. It wasn't pretty. I just assumed stay here.
In this game, are we allowed to theorize what we think is going on?
Sure, all the time. So, and in fact, this is a very natural. This is very normal to have these sorts of things. Sometimes people feel like get a little itchy and they want to think they need to move things along. Not necessarily the case. So, yeah, it's perfectly fine. Yeah, you can ask questions. You guys can go through. And,
I think we should go to the town hall to find the book and find Gerald to see
yes, you can theorize.
what was actually
What the model is
transcribed.
for pertaining to.
And then the dwarf says, "Oh, this is what I get all over."
Research.
Well, oh, never mind. You said we're splitting up.
Oh no, we can. It's just that originally it was splitting it 3 ways, and it's like, ooh, that's.
It's tough on me too, but it's.
That's
I mean, I'm fine.
So,
I'll take it.
On a
why
town that we don't
why
know, I
don't we send you
want.
ahead and you scout out our campsite for the night, and we'll be right behind.
No, I'm not gonna go. Especially on the stories without about
The goblin.
goblin
attack
attack
at
at night.
Yeah, it's
But
no.
you're a soldier. Come on. You're supposed to
Alone.
be brave.
Well, the first thing is that you don't go alone. That's a rule soldier. So at least a couple of 3. So I will go with the warlock.
Funny
I,
system.
I think he knows what he's doing.
I was just about to say, it's like, so can I do like a sleight of hand so that I can do some kind of,
Like the charcoal?
well, I was thinking, since you're a soldier, it's like, can I do some kind of sleight of hand and show that I'm a higher rank than the soldier? To just be like, oh yeah, no, I definitely know what I'm doing.
Warlocks are powerful. That's
So you're
all
gonna
I
sleight
know.
of hand. You're gonna steal his ranking from him.
No,
Oh.
I was gonna prestidigitate
Oh.
something
Yeah.
and
Okay.
just shift it.
Give me a history check.
history.
Mm-hmm.
17.
Yeah, you know the ranking system pretty well, so you think you know a couple of ranks within his rank. So you think you could probably create something temporary,
Okay. It's like,
illusionary, if anything.
the two of us, we could definitely scout ahead and we can come back.
Okay.
I think we would be able to do that.
All right.
So you'll scout and we'll come back. We'll meet up.
At the outskirts of the town. Oh no, we meet at
At the smithy.
At the smith, yeah.
Baracus.
Yeah.
Baracus to
Oh.
At
to
the
get it
forge.
all. yeah,
That
for
way
the
they can
food
do
and-
research and we can try and see which direction we're going.
Well, since you're a magic user too, would you like us to write down anything just in case for you?
She has the map.
Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah, you're good.
You know.
Otherwise, it's a survival check to try and figure out a couple each day to try and get it there. But if you convince them to do it, so
It's like,
you don't have to worry about that too bad. You get a bonus to it. Let's say you still have to roll, but okay.
We might want to look at the map one more time before we split up.
It's good with direction.
we have
That would fall
no
under the
ranger.
survival skill.
We have no rangers, right?
No, I don't think
No
so.
ranger. We have a
Okay.
druid.
My
true.
survivor skill's pretty good,
Okay.
but I kind of want to go with it.
Okay. True. At least we have some kind of healing should something happen. Yeah. The three of us, the four of you could go off and do research. We'll meet back up at the at Baracus' forge.
But I mean, we can go a few hours out the city, just to kind of see what's going on and what's out there, and give them time to research.
We didn't need to pick up anything, right?
At Baracus.
Baracus
Go
is
back
in,
to
in
Baracus.
probably now a half hour.
Okay.
In 15 minutes, he's going to be ready, supposedly.
Alright.
Oh, so 15 minutes. Oh, that's
Oh,
not
well,
enough.
in that case.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
no point.
Give you an hour. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
So I'm
Okay.
actually gonna walk the city and listen for what's going on. If anybody says anything about the ships or whatever.
okay.
The ships and the cattle and the dwarves. I
Um,
need to do anything. I need to roll.
yeah, go ahead. Perception check.
22.
Okay. You hear more talks about the Intrepid. You also hear about a sea serpent from a separate source that talks about that, and that they were looking into ballistas, which are basically giant crossbows, to mount onto their to their
Thank you.
boats. They talked about doing cannon, so there is cannons in this area in this setting, and they do have airships which are powered by magic as well, but
Ooh,
they are
that's
not.
cool. We should
yeah.
take that back.
Yeah. So with that, you guys, you don't hear much else. No, people just don't know. Yeah.
Mosey on back to the forge.
Can I get a description of the sea serpent?
Iridescent scales, they say, has a fin. So, that's what this one kind of seems to say.
But it could have feet.
Good. You don't know.
That's what I
Seems
was-
like it's fins and
Scales. Basically.
scales and iridescent color, and
Somewhat.
it's like the size of the vessel, like a whale. And you hear again, you probably saw a freaking whale. Like, do whales have scales? And are they iridescent? And do they have fins? No. And he's like, well, then you don't know what you saw. Just more of that.
Since everything is pointing to some kind of dragon, even if it's a different species of dragon, let's say worm, I think that's how you pronounce it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to suggest worm, because I know in eastern areas of D&D there are the Japanese and Chinese dragons, so
Lungs. Yeah. Yeah. You can suggest that. Yeah, for sure.
You're adding to the rumor mill.
If you're adding to the rumor mill, that would be a persuasion.
I'm gonna add to the rumor mill because I'm messy like that.
Let's do it.
14, so
Not
and
bad.
And you said what?
Persuasion.
Plus 13, so wait, I think that's how. I have
That's
Persuasion.
perception.
Persuasion 3, so
18.
oh, 17.
17. So you're able to feel like dragons. Yeah, okay. I heard there's a dragon on the mountain too. So maybe there's a whole bunch of them. Maybe it's all the same one. Or, so there's all, you start some crap.
I'm messy.
That's all good. But yeah, they're like, well, yeah, I guess there's eastern dragons that come in and they look very serpentine. They're like, right? Well, that's what I heard from somebody. Well, my cousin said they saw it. No, they saw it.
I'm giggling all the way back to this.
It takes off and does its own thing, as rumors do.
Joanne.
Congratulations. No,
I make a note.
Yeah.
Stick with the cat. Yes.
I'm messy like that. I got my kind of rare.
So yes, you guys proceed back to Baracus's smithy, and sure enough, standing right out in front is a hog that is strapped to a wagon.
Has Brackus heard the rumors?
Huh?
Probably not.
What rumor?
No, nothing.
What rumor? What are you talking about?
The rumor that this thing could be
Intrepid?
The animal. Killers.
that this killer of your livestock and ships could be a worm of some sort. Have you heard of that rumor?
A worm?
It's like a dragon,
Like a
serpentine dragon.
dragon? Dragon's not a worm.
It's a type. Okay.
They like dig in the ground. They like you
It's
use
like
them
a
for
wingless
fishing.
dragon.
There you go.
A wingless dragon. Yes.
I think I've been underestimating those little things that I put on a hook.
Not those.
Okay. Anyway, got you guys set up. Here's the kegs. I threw a little pony keg on for you guys because I don't like you.
Thanks.
Yes!
Has your apprentice mentioned anybody rummaging through the trash?
Why you want to bring that up?
She just told you she was messy.
Yeah, messy like that.
Well, now that you mention it,
I
yes.
mean, we're supposed to be a team though, right?
I mean, I'm seeing a whole
Supposedly,
bunch of
there's
rats.
this little gnome that was walking around trying to look for scat. They do that sometimes. They like to tinker.
I'm hiding behind somebody.
So, you didn't go in the first time, so he only saw you out back.
Right.
Theoretically, you're still outside. I'm going
No,
to
he did-
prestidigitate your clothes so that
he
you
did
wear
s-
something different.
He did see him because he gave you guys all your money.
Okay, I'm gonna try to persuade. I don't know if it's possible to persuade Baracas to
Sure.
give me a free weapon.
Sure.
So I can roll, right? So that's a 19. I think so. Yes, a 19 persuasion.
A total 19.
Yeah, it's a half zero plus the roll. 19.
I don't know. I can give it to you for free, friend. We just met. Well, what do you want? Maybe I'll give you a 50% discount.
A battle axe, I guess.
No, you have that.
I have that.
Yes.
A sword.
Yeah, something one-handed.
I can
Or
give you a warhammer.
yeah, a sword or a dagger.
Warhammer.
Or a
That'd be good.
hammer. Yeah, hammer. Something
Warhammer?
big. Yeah, something that I can handle with a single hand. Doesn't have a lot of weight, but it's blunt.
Well, you're not a dwarf unless you have a warhammer or a battle axe. But you have the battle axe, so
Yeah,
you want to
so
go bow.
warhammer.
Yeah.
You want to go bow?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, 50% off.
Okay.
Yeah. Got just the one for you too. It goes back.
So
Comes back and it's like
I was gonna ask.
beautiful hammerhead
Design.
with carved into it
okay.
of metal, and then it has like stone parts of the haft
Okay.
that have been masterfully worked in
Okay.
to it.
Yes.
Puts it down. It's just the cost of a warhammer, but it could be imbued later.
Okay.
It's of a high enough quality.
Okay.
Nice.
So how do I give the money? Do I?
You just you erase it from your 50, and I think it's like 15 gold, so it'll be, it'll be, we'll say 8 gold.
8 gold.
Everything rounds up usually.
So how do I transfer you the money? I guess.
Or just mark
Erase it off.
Yep.
And then you write it on your character sheet under equipment what you bought.
Yeah, question throughout the game.
Mhm.
Features and traits that's at any time.
Yep. So they have uses though. Some of them are like for yours. Let's see. Lucky. Anytime you roll a 1 on a d20, which is you've already seen a 1, you can just re-roll it, which is awesome.
Okay. But there's
Those are
Pretty
just
much
always
the same.
active. Those are.
Your
Some people
warhammer
have some that are like
does
uses number of
1d8
uses per
bludgeoning.
long rest or short rest, and we'll get into the rest
1d.
next.
1d8
1d8.
bludgeoning.
I'm
So just put a B.
trying to go find Gerald in the town hall.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Then so you guys, you're gonna leave the group. So you guys are all with staying with the pig, who's Bessie,
Bessie.
Is she
and
nice?
no, not at all. I mean, you can try. She bites like the dickens, though. You don't want to be putting your hand in there
I make sure
anywhere
that,
near.
I make
I
sure
have
that my
animal
tail is
handling.
wrapped around my leg.
Maybe.
Well away
Yeah, me
from
too.
that.
Me too.
I have animal handling.
Do you want to try?
Sure.
Okay. Go to the front, and we'll see how good your pig knowledge is.
Oh wait, what?
You're gonna pet it?
Your handle animal. You're gonna try and interact with it, right?
Yeah. So
Go
what
ahead.
I do? I
Just roll. Yep. Animal handling plus a d20. It's a skill check.
7. 7.
Is that? What's
That's
rolling
your
die?
total?
It's not a 1, right?
It's a 2,
Okay.
but it's fine.
You go through and you think you're doing pretty well. You kind of hear a low kind of guttural sound, and then it lunges at you and attacks you with a bite.
Put the money. So
Actually, it'll be a gore. Well, it'll be light. It'll be light.
just put
So,
here.
so gold
So
is this one.
this is a D20 again to try and hit.
So I just
What is
put
your
42.
armor class?
Yep.
See if you can find the armor class.
20.
20. So it bites, but it doesn't even like you just pull your hand away and it just bites you, and then it kind of sits there and starts snorting and looks like it wants to come towards you more, but then it kind of straightens out because it has blinders on.
So probably not do that. Don't do that.
Not anymore.
How much in trouble would we get if we don't return the pig?
Well, he's
It's a
being-
decent sized pig, and you don't see a lot of horses around.
I mean, especially with the whole livestock issue, if need
Yeah.
be, they could do something with this pig. So probably a lot.
It's like
That was
India
part
with
of our
cows.
No. Just saying. At one point, I'm not gonna feel bad for the pig.
Okay, that's bacon.
It's bacon.
Is anybody else going with Eddie?
I would like the wizard to come along for the intelligence.
All right. So you guys walk back into. So it's probably what, maybe 1:30 or so in the afternoon. And you guys walk in, and people are working in satellite offices. You're just kind of in the main entrance hall. You do see what looks to be a clerk sitting there with kind of writing some scribing something down with a quill and ink. She looks up. Can I help you? She's a dwarf. Puts on a monocle.
Hi, I'm looking for Gerald.
Gerald? Gerald. Are you saying Gerald 4?
Sure.
Why are you usually looking for him?
I talked to one of the bartenders at the tavern, and he mentioned to find him at the town hall to find books on the monolith that was transcribed when y'all first established this land.
Oh, okay. So,
That's
okay.
not
Gerald passed away due to disease
Okay.
a couple months back. But we do have some of his notes. Some of it went with the family, but we do have some that we've archived and duplicated. You're looking for the monoliths, you said? What?
Yes, I was told that he wrote everything he saw, and
He was thorough.
I would like us to see what we're up against, to see if there's anything that's going on in the town based on rumors.
And could
Persuasion
we,
check.
perchance, take one of the books with us, and we promise to bring it back.
Persuasion check.
Both of us?
So, normally if you're aiding, you can give what's called advantage on a roll, which means you roll 2 dice and you take the higher of the 2. There's also disadvantage to the roll, where it's particularly challenging circumstances, you roll 2 dice and you take the lowest. So, when you talk about taking it away, I'm going to impose disadvantage on this roll. So you roll persuasion with 2 dice, but you take the lowest.
Okay. So we're supposed to aim low.
You want high.
You want high? Okay. I was
But you're
just-
taking the lower of the dice.
You
You're
might
rolling
roll
2 dice.
20s.
And then if you roll a 1 and a 20 on a disadvantage roll, you have to take the 1. If you roll on an advantage roll, you get to take the 20.
I'm sorry. We don't need the books.
Sorry. You asked. And she's just like, you can tell she's very, she's a secretary, so she seems pretty guarded.
That's
18.
1. That's 1.
That's 1.
Roll again.
Okay, so 18 on the die, or 18 total.
10.
Okay, so you
So
have to
with
take the 10.
5
With
persuasion. 15.
15. best I can do is have you make copies. Have a copy.
Alright.
How many books and notes?
But I'll give you access.
We have access to all of them.
Is what we have. Yeah.
Okay.
Follow me.
Works for me.
No fires, no acid spells, no moths. Not allowed in this space. And she takes out her key ring, unlocks an area, and you can see it just has a bunch of shelving, all intricately carved in wood. And on them are just stacks of parchments. There's a couple of books, but most of it is kind of big, larger, like some of it looks like they might be maps, hand-drawn, or, you know, the coastline and whatnot. And she says, most of these are actually Gerald's. But this section, I think, points to a stack of them. I think this is what you are looking for. So if you'll excuse me, I'll just be in the next room, but I have some more cataloging I need to do. And she exits stage left.
Okay.
You're gonna look at him?
Yeah.
So pulling out these large, rather large parchment, he has amazing detail. So basically, it looks like he has like it's all penciled in, but he does shading and everything else. Clearly, an artist in that sense, or was. He also has his signature in the bottom of each one of the pages. But you see, indeed, a rather large-looking head of stone. It looks to be a head. He's drawn it. Everything looks like it's been worn, so it's pretty hard to tell. But like, if you were a betting person, you'd be like, that looks like eyes and nose, and it looks like a mouth and the bottom of chin. That's the head. And then, you know, for comparison, he drew a little picture of himself next to it. It looks like it was about, you know, probably twice the size of a human. And then he has a bunch of them sort of spread out.
So like, Mr. Island?
Kind of, yeah. But they didn't go as deep. They're just, these ones are, they seem like they could tip them over and stuff if they had enough, and then they could try, you know, took them apart. And he shows actually some of that process where it looks like they have, you know, chisel and they're going through, and, you know, it seems like it's a type of stone that could be worked.
Is there an aerial view?
Under the map section, there seems to be.
Is
So
it pattern?
it shows, it was one of the earlier maps when they drew the coastline. So you can seem to find, because you're like the very southern central tip of this island. And you can see that there are probably about 20 or so of these kind of scattered. They look like little circles.
So there's no particular pattern?
Give me an intelligence check. So all you do is you roll a d20 and add your modifier for intelligence.
Okay,
What that is, so that's good that we're doing this. So your stat, remember you're talking about the strength, dexterity,
Yeah,
constitution,
okay.
whatever, find
Okay.
intelligence.
Okay.
And then it's actually all the way on the left-hand side. And then the little box below the stat has a plus or minus something or a 0. So that's what you add whenever I say. So if I do like strength check, you know, you have a 0 for your strength, so you would roll a d20 and add 0. You know, whereas if I said do a pure dexterity check for something, let's say you're just trying to fumble with something, you would roll a 20 and you would add 3.
Okay.
So do that for intelligence.
8.
Okay. And the question was, you wanted to see if there's any pattern.
If there's a pattern to the top of this.
They seem pretty evenly spread out, but they're just like, you know, kind of like, it's not a
No
grid.
discernible pattern?
I mean, they're pretty equidistant apart. Sure. They seem fairly, like, from the picture, it's hard to tell, kind of, because you're not sure if it's exact. Like, they don't have any measurements or anything. It's just a hand-drawn map from a cartographer, so it'd be pretty good. But they appear to the circles are equidistant apart.
Is there any, in these scrolls, are there any symbols besides the heads?
Not really. No. It just shows the shoreline. It does have like forests that are kind of surrounding what that appears to be a giant meadow, where all these monoliths were, and so they took this meadow. That's what they flattened it out, and they pushed the trees apparently back somehow. Pretty powerful magic, and then they started building.
Is there any like safe or anything that's, you know, that seems suspicious to keep with books and papers?
You can give me a perception check.
Oh no. 3.
You don't notice anything. You just the parchment. Everything feels dry in this room.
Well, it's obviously that the family has taken most of the important things. What was the man's name again?
Gerald.
So, yep, they're all.
Jeremy. Can I ask the secretary where his family lives?
You can. It's persuasion check again. Just a straight. There's no disadvantage or advantage to this one.
So 6 or 9? A 9.
Total of a 9.
Yeah. Oh, my plus is 3.
So 12. Why do you need to know where the family lives?
Well,
How do you guys know Gerald, by the way?
well, we were at the bar and we found out that when you were building your settlement, you guys took apart these monoliths, and we wonder if your disappearing of animals and possibly ships, and I heard that you guys have some sickness going around. We wonder if that could be part of the monoliths being destroyed.
Oh.
And we're trying to find Darius as well, and we know Brachus, and we're trying to find his
Those
cousin.
Those are all fairs.
So what we're saying
They're
is
all
that
related.
So what we're saying is that this might be a pattern, and we want to see if this is any sort of way related.
Yeah, I mean, she kind of looks you guys up and down and kind of shakes her head, and yeah, I suppose it wouldn't hurt anything. She gives you the directions to the house.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's Bertha. Bertha Fair
Thank you.
is the wife.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how approachable is Bertha?
That depends.
Charisma.
You approaching her with this, I would be upfront, and I would suggest saying that you're trying to help figure out and help the town, and that you've been assigned to do so, right? So, yeah, she has her own history and background, and is well known for losing her temper in the days of old with a massive battle axe that has ended many a life. So, good luck.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You should be fine.
Good day, ma'am.
As you've talked to me, talk to her. You'll be fine.
So
She says, and then buries back into her scribing.
we exited out the building.
Okay.
We should
I
somewhere.
informed the group that we have one last stop to do.
Okay.
Because I believe that it's important to our end goal to go talk to Bertha.
Okay.
So, and is she per chance on the way there to our destination, or is she like?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so she's like.
Yeah, it's like on the way.
She's on the way.
That's fine. Yeah, she's one of the houses, not quite in the out. It's within the walls, but it's not. You know, she's not at the edge, but she's also not city center. Okay. Yeah, you guys grab the pig, and you know, someone could take the reins, and it acts very much like a horse in that sense. Very heavily trained by the dwarves. They have their pigs, and then the mountain dwarves have their riding goats. Yeah, you're down in the hills. So, all right, you guys head out, and sure enough, there is a quaint little house that still well built, and you can see a light on inside. It's probably now about 3.
Can we suggest?
Fire flickering.
Can I suggest people that come with me to the door?
You can do whatever you want. Yeah.
I think it would be nice to have you, since you're a holy man, and you because
You're a nice guy.
you're not.
Okay.
I'm not a grumpy like me.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys approach. You see a door, heavy oaken door.
I knock very
Okay.
politely, but not, loud enough where she can hear.
I'm coming. Who could be visiting this hour? She says. You hear heavy footsteps come closer and closer to the door, and then the door opens to a loud creaking, and standing before you is a female dwarf. She looks like she has like a mohawk, so she's skinned here, and she has like a really long braided up, so it like sticks up here, but then it braids in the back. She has a big wicked scar that's down her face, and she doesn't have any weapon or armor. She's just wearing regular clothes. But you definitely can see like calloused hands, big meaty hands and stuff. As she's like opens the door, kind of looks up at you guys. Hi.
Hello. We have been brought here to the island to help with finding an old man who's trapped in the mines. But we've also noticed that his disappearance is also a pattern with a lot
Who's
of...
trapped in the mines?
Darius the fourth.
And
Darius?
Darius.
Yes.
Huh.
He's gone missing for about, I want to say, almost a month. Correct?
Okay.
But
Well, that's different than being trapped in the mine. He's missing.
we hope he's trapped. But that's not only what I came here to ask you about.
Okay.
We've noticed
Come
that...
in. Come in. Just come in. Bring your friends in too. It's like a really small house. You're not exactly sure how you're all gonna fit. But she like arranges you around like this like really thick, sturdy table, and you can smell this really beefy stew that she's making. And all right, well, so you're here about Darius?
But also another thing.
We heard about your family. We share, and we want to give our condolences. And
She stops ladling the soup when you say that. Kind of bows her head a little back to you, and then she continues to ladle up the slower. And then she kind of turns around. And she has a kind of a questioning look on her face as she puts bowls in front of you guys. Okay. Thank you.
Free food.
Thank you.
But we also know that the man you've lost, your husband, was very interested about the rocks he came encountered with.
Yeah.
We were hoping if we could see any of it, because we're worried that when your people were constructing your town, when removing the rocks and disturbing where they were, we're worried that could have caused something to harm your livestock and possibly cause sickness without the land.
Well, my husband was insistent that there was something to the stones, and that the town should be placed elsewhere. The rest of the townsfolk were not as interested in that, noting its perfect location. Yes. I'll be right back. She excuses herself and goes into a back room, and you hear some things kind of fumbling around, and something drops. It is like super. It is everything you would imagine a beef stew made by a dwarf to be. Everything.
It's got some
It's
chunks
amazing.
Of rocks in it.
For me,
It's
it's like
Oh,
delicious.
and that's home. That's like a taste of home right there.
Yeah.
It is phenomenal.
I'm just sitting here like,
I just say,
so scared.
this is delicious.
Yeah, she comes out, and she has something that's all wrapped up in a pretty cloth, and she undoes it, and before you is a miniature, what you could potentially think of as a replica, carved out of stone. And she said this was something that he carved. She puts it in the middle of the table, and you can see it looks very much like what the drawings that you saw but there is a difference. The drawings that you saw were in the ground, and I said it didn't go too far, but it does go underground, and this is where it looks different. So as you're picking it up, you could definitely see kind of the, it's seems to be a slightly elongated forehead and head structure that sort of bends back, so kind of like this. The but underneath it, the bottom part probably, so this thing's probably about 6 inches or so. The bottom about inch, you see a bunch of little carved out circles. And as you're looking, they look to be little faces themselves, but they have long nose, they have pointed ears. Kind of a more circular face as opposed to the elongated face that you're seeing that's on top of them. And it's all the way around.
Can I try to see what faces they are?
You give me a, let's say, history check.
10.
About the most you get with that roll is that it's different from, totally different species from the bigger head.
And you said the head was like, kind of like looking up, or?
Yeah, it's sort of like looking up, like chin up in this, and then, but on bot, it's just a whole bunch of faces. That's all it is, just face, like stacked all around.
What is Bertha's temperament at this moment?
She seems concerned,
Right.
I would say. Technically, you could do, insight, I think, to read them.
Yep.
I think it's insight. Sometimes I get this one mixed up. I would say you can give me an insight.
Is it, wait, hang on. I'm also dyslexic, so. Okay.
You're fine. Me too.
I think that's a 9. Mm-hmm. 9. I got a 9.
And then is that plus anything?
1. 1.
Plus 1? So 10. Yeah, and then you're doing what exactly?
I'm trying to gauge her temperament before I ask my next question.
Her temperament is she's thinking deeply and trying to access memory, and that's about all you'll get with the 10.
So Bertha, when the stones were removed, was anything your husband worried about? How fast did it happen? Or did anything happen at all before the animals started going missing?
This all came about the same time.
Right.
So, what, a few months ago? There's a significance to the stones to somebody at some point. But we haven't really run into anybody, at least yet. I hope continue that way, but husband wasn't convinced that was going to remain the case. That was probably, we even debated on shifting our house outside of the walls, but then it just became too dangerous. I mean, the attacks came a little bit before on the farmlands, but so.
One last question, Bertha. Have you at all noticed anything strange coming near your house? Or any strange footprints?
No, but the farmers have talked about strange footprints. Some sort of beast, huge size, going after the cattle, but I mean, we all know how this works. You guys look like you've had a few seasons under your belts. Doesn't take long for things to stray away from cattle, particularly once all the cattle are gone.
Bertha, I'd like to ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
That is wrong.
Depends on what you ask. I'll tell you
Okay.
what her response will be if
So first, I want to offer my condolences to you again. But I would like to know if you would tell us how your husband passed.
Well, and you see she just looks out. She can't look up at you. He got taken by disease.
Very sorry.
Yeah. Nothing anybody to do. We didn't have a priest. No cleric.
Sad state of affairs.
But if you ask me, I would say it wasn't natural.
What do you mean by that?
Too quick. We're dwarves.
We are resilient.
None of it made any sense whatsoever. You can see she's starting to get mad, but it's not at you.
Right.
Just doesn't make any sense.
No sense.
Didn't make any sense.
But I promise to try to find if anything happened supernaturally to your husband. And if I can't give you an answer, I'm sorry. But we're hoping to find answers. And I'm hoping to present you when we get back.
This is a curse. It needs to be lifted if we're going to have any hope of maintaining a presence here. Should have just left the island. Proceeded on. Here we are.
Was he the only one that had any sense of, like, was he trying to rebel and be like, hey, we need to have these statues here? Was he the only one? Or were there more that agreed and they didn't listen?
He was probably one of the more vocal. He wasn't vocal about it. Like, he didn't challenge it. Obviously, we moved him, but no, he was about the only one that I'm aware of. There were some people that were like, what would it hurt a few more days to search more along the coastline to see if we could find another meadow kind of situation, but this one was pointing closest to the mainland. He understood the practicality of it, and then convincing the rest of the Fair family to divert away from potentially making a significant leap forward in their status amongst the other clans is.
Anybody else has this disease, or was it just him?
No, it went through. I don't think he was the first one. A couple of humans passed away, and another dwarf, and I think a gnome. She lit us off names. Yeah, but I mean, honestly, you're the first people that have even come and asking me about it.
Bertha, is there a way I could trace this with a piece of parchment paper that I have in charcoal?
I'll do you one better. She goes back. She pulls out one of his drawings and puts it down, and it shows on the. So it still has like tufts of grass and stuff on it. It's pretty and very well drawn, but it shows that, and it shows the faces in the bottom ones. It's like those are clearly faces to me. Like nobody would admit that. See it? I don't know what the hell, but like that was their real justification. Is this is nothing. It's not just some rock. And they were evenly spread out too, she says. Back to what you. To the foot.
Can I take this with us?
Yes, you can have that. If it helps you in any way, yes.
So we're the first several people to come and ask you these types of questions.
Yeah, we don't have an investigation group. It's wild out here.
How big
They
is
just
it?
passed away. It's part of doing the business in the outskirts of the world. You just have to go without. We haven't even done funeral rites for him. I don't have a proper priest.
Let's take care of that.
How long would that take?
How long? I have his grave out back.
Well,
Don't even have that.
When we get back, I will do a
Yeah, you see tears in her eyes.
We take care of this tonight.
Yeah.
We do this now.
y'all are the ones
can I
with
just
magic.
say some rights, or do I need to like
There's
cast a spell?
you happen to know
ceremony?
that there is a procedure for it, and it's probably would last about an hour long to do it right. The body has already been buried, so there is that. Yeah,
We could do that before we leave, right?
I figure it's better to leave in the morning, so that will give us the rest of the afternoon and evening to do other things. So doing an hour to actually give the proper rites would be nothing.
Yeah. Well,
But we all can see in the dark, right? So traveling at night's not a big deal.
he might not. The human can't. He can't either. They're just humans and halflings can't see in the dark. They don't have dark vision.
I mean, I can carry.
And we do know that there's a lizard thing
Yeah.
out there that
Goblin.
only attacks at
So
night.
the halfling should be carried.
It's already late.
Don't
Oh.
toss me. That's doors. So, you guys perform the rite, and actually, she does ask to hold off if you guys aren't gonna. Are you gonna? Did you decide you're traveling or not? Because she has a bunch of people she would like to bring.
Stay. Yeah, we're gonna stay tonight.
Yeah,
Okay with that?
it's
So we
already
can stay
late.
on the
So
camp.
it becomes a thing. Like it is a big deal. A lot of people, because he's one of the founders of the like. You. She's like, if you don't mind, if you could wait, let me gather up the rest of the family, and you see the entirety of the four family that is here, the four clan. That they basically all show up, and they're all in really full regalia. Some of them, and the ones that don't. Huh?
Darnell show up?
Do who?
Darnell?
Darnell.
Darnell. Darius.
The one who's
No.
missing.
No.
Oh.
You wish. You wish. No, he does not.
Easy adventure.
There is a space for him, though, in the lineup for the family that's next to her. So she's kind of taking point. You're facing them, and then they all kind of V wedged with the families. So the heads of the families are all forming the fort of the V, and then all the families filtering it behind. Give me a religion check with advantage.
So it's 14 religion is 2, 16.
Okay. So you are able to perform it flawlessly, and so there's not a single tear. It's just the dwarven way. They take it, but you can just you feel the sorrow in the air. Both the dwarves do, and even I mean it's so palpable. All of you feel it. But at the end, there comes a couple other people that say that they haven't had a chance to bury their families. And you do see at the end, as they're coming by, they come to shake your hand, and they drop a coin as a part of that. So you end up with 50 extra gold pieces.
50 other people. Oh my goodness.
There were 50 people, 50 families that were represented.
Now, do you perchance let anybody know?
I will, well, discretion is the way to go, but yes, I'm not keeping any secrets. I appreciate it when we get back and I have time, I'll perform the rites for yours. But right now, we're trying to save 2 people from not having this ritual to go with. So,
It hasn't been done yet, and thankfully there's no death magic here or curses on the land that would make this a very bad situation. So I think we've got the time, but if you consider it, we would definitely make it worth your time to help us out.
So 50 families need 50 rights.
No,
No.
4
4.
other families have rights.
Okay.
These are all dwarves.
oh, yeah.
And we're here for the night. Let's knock a few of these
Takes an
out.
hour each time. So the other thing that happens is Bertha does provide the group with a beautiful cherry wood case, and she says, you know, thank you for your help here. It means a lot. This is one of Darius's hand axes, and I want you to have it. It is a magical +1 hand axe. As you open up beautifully, it's all looks like elk horn or elk something. But it's like a huge elk, so Megaloceros kind of thing.
Like
And it's all carved out, and that's the handle, and then the heft has like a bluish tinge to the axe head.
you say hand axe or a battle axe?
So hand axe. And she offers to put you up in her very quaint quarters. But other people are offering too, so you guys you'll find a place to stay and warm food.
So we don't have to camp.
Yeah, you don't have to break into rations yet. So after that, the rooster crows in the morning, unless anybody wants to do anything over the night. Okay. And so you guys all get up in the morning to eggs, and they have some water that they fetched from the spring and set you guys up. That's about it for your hearty breakfast. It's like 4 eggs, 2 for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Get up out of here. See you next Friday, man.
Okay, that's cool. See you Friday.
Alright, so let's get to it.
Yeah.
Let's hit the road.
So you guys all get underway. And with the map, I'm not going to have you do the first check, which would have normally have been a survival check to see if you get lost the first day, which can happen, but you do have advantage on it. You don't have to do it at all because you have the map. And you travel deep. You see you're following this thing heading straight north. There does appear to be a path that has been cut, in some cases quite literally, into the forest, and it's pretty straightforward for that, but then eventually that disappears and you are just looking at, like, it shows very specific drawings. In fact, the map was probably drawn by Gerald, now that you've seen some of his work, and you can tell, like, he just has some little flares here and some details, but you're going from trying to find landmarks, basically, is what's happening. And ultimately it says just due north, and then once you get to the actual base of the mountain proper, above the tree line, that's where it's going to start to get a little bit more tricky. So the first night goes without any incident. There's no issues. You guys end up sleeping and make camp effectively and break it down, and then you guys are able to go for the next day. So the next day I am going to need someone to provide me with a survival check with advantage.
Whoever does it, I'll cast guidance on.
What does that mean?
Perfect.
What does that mean?
So a survival is a skill, and it's a d20, and when you do it with advantage, you roll 2d20, and you pick the highest one,
Okay.
and you add the survival check to it.
Okay.
Who has the highest survival?
It should be the druid.
Yeah, she has
That
a
should
5.
be the dread. Okay.
It should be
Yeah.
the druid.
20.
Natural or
Well,
Okay.
no, so 15 and 5.
So that's
It's
1.
advantage, so you gotta roll.
roll one
Oh,
more?
one more time. Come on, be good, be good, be good.
Anything.
9.
So
It's okay.
20.
So you're gonna take the point. You're able to flawlessly take it. It looks like you cross a river, and it's a pretty good flowing river, and you end up making camp pretty much at the edge of the tree line.
Okay.
So you can see, like, you're at the top, and you can actually see the tree line sloping down. And it's pretty windy. It's definitely colder up here. You're starting to see patches of snow. And ahead of you, you see a very intimidating mountain that has a series of 4 jagged peaks associated with it. And everybody can give me perception checks.
Sorry, I don't mean to keep yawning. I'm not bored. It's my bedtime.
13.
Roll again if it's right.
No,
No.
just the one. Unless I say there's advantage.
I got 15.
Okay?
7.
Do you want to get a 20 or higher?
Oh, I'm sorry.
19.
Wait,
Okay.
what were you
7.
A 20 or higher
for
for perception.
perception? So 15, 18. I got 18.
Okay, so not quite. Yeah, it's just you can see the 4 peaks, and it'll, like, there's this definitely cloud cover that comes in and kind of almost looks like it shears it off. And then the peaks appear again after the clouds move on, but there's definitely a lot of cloud cover. Maybe a little bit of snow up there, you're not sure, but that's about all you see with that. So yeah, so then this is kind of your final day. There's definitely, like, it's tricky to find. It's like a little crag in the mountain that you're going to try and basically follow in the bottom of the crag, and then it talks about weaving, and it talks about a stone, looks like a monolith, and in fact it's drawn very similarly that you'll see, or should see, on carved into the mountain. And so if you want to give me one more survival check, but no advantage on this one.
Can I cast guidance again?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So when you cast guidance, roll
16.
a d4. So he's casting a spell to make your check better.
Okay, so I got 16.
Okay, roll a d4, four-sided die, which is
this
the
one?
yep. It's whatever number is correctly oriented. In this case, on the top. So 2.
Okay, yeah, 2.
Yep.
So 18.
So 18. So you are able to find the crag. You are able to see the monolith, and included in this are the little faces. Now you can actually, like, if you wanted to do a quick little hike, you can see it and actually get to it and touch the monolith if you care.
Yeah,
But
so we check it out.
okay.
Can I use like my intelligence or wisdom to get like a better idea what the monolith could mean?
Give me a history check, which would be intelligence, but the history is its own thing.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah. Please. 15.
Okay. Yeah, this is absolutely a face. Those are absolutely small faces. There appears to be a very small ring that separates the big face from all the little faces that you didn't see on the model or any of the drawings for this one. The face is also oriented looking down, like down the mountain.
That's scary.
So compared to the other ones, we're facing
Slightly up.
Okay.
Oh, so they're all like looking at each other. That's scary. Or they're looking at something else other than each other.
Yeah.
Dragon. Just saying, I'm still messing with it.
So, with that history, there is yes, there is a slightly different motif to this one.
Yeah, there's different, like the elements,
Mhm.
basically.
The faces look the same. The bottom faces, they're pointed ears, rounded features, slightly pointed
Their
nose.
direction is
Do we know what kind of species it is?
Their locations are
No, we don't know.
So, I can give you guys another, since you can actually get hands-on, you can get a history check to see if you know what kind of species.
And
I got
cast guidance.
Okay.
And everybody wants to
I
You
got a
can't. You can
5.
only do one guidance because it's all happening simultaneous. You can only cast on.
Okay, so her,
So I got like a 5.
Yeah, she's got a great history, so she can do the history.
17, yeah.
Okay,
That's a 12.
with the guidance, so roll a d4 as well.
Yes.
D4 is the four-sided. It looks like a little pyramid, and whatever number is correctly oriented with the bottom. So 3. So you have a 20.
Yeah.
All right, you're pretty sure looking at these, and now that you've like had a chance to really think about it, they almost look like goblinoids.
The little ones are goblins.
Yeah, the humanoid, the other humanoid, the big face. The forehead isn't quite as big on this one. It's more proportional to what you'd expect to be maybe a human, but it's clearly, I mean, it's massive. So yeah, that's about what you get with that. So you're pretty sure those are goblins. The little heads are all goblins, and with that, you're pretty sure that in both cases, maybe they're different tribes or different cultures, but there is a sort of power dynamic between the bigs and the littles and the goblins, based on what you're seeing and what you think about and you've noticed with other, it's through your studies, sometimes that can be portrayed.
Right. So, we're dealing with goblins. That's not fun. Don't goblins eat people?
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
some of them. Yeah, the feral ones certainly.
There
So
are
there
small
are.
ones and there are big ones. The big ones are the ones that you need
So,
to take care of.
we probably won't need to bring back a body.
So and with that check, there are basically 3 different types of goblinoids in the world. There's the goblin proper, the goblins, little green guys that are pretty chittery. They're small and fast. They can be vicious. There is, in this world though, there are titlet goblins, I think they call them, and they've become civilized. So in the old world, the orcs had them subjugated, and then they broke away and decided to go a different direction from their feral cousins. And they actually, like, they're great tinkerers. They do all kinds. They're almost like fill a gnome slot in a way.
What are they called again?
I can tell you right now. So this is the world we're in. Sorting books.
So
It is the Tiltic goblins.
Okay.
So, what you're saying is that some goblins were under the rule of orcs.
Long ago. And then those those goblins specifically that you probably have run into or at least seen in your travels in the mainland are much more civilized, but you are also aware that there are tribes of goblins that are not even nearly, and those are the ones that are like, I mean, they're damn near cannibalistic from what people will say about them. Whether it's true or not, you don't know.
Can I make a theory?
You say, all the time, yeah.
So,
Say
my
whatever you want.
theory is that these goblins are possibly, well, the big thing is possibly an orc, and this is just an old goblin orc tribe thing. So,
Could be.
Well, the one on the
And-
mountain. That's
Orcs usually have
down.
pointed ears. These ones don't have pointed ears.
So like on
If that.
You know he's a goblin.
It could have been
So
worn.
the
It could have been worn though.
the monolith on the mountain, they're
Yeah.
looking down, so it look more human.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying, like, that or a giant. So,
You mentioned three.
either way, I'm getting, like, the vibes of bad juju.
You mentioned three types of goblins, right? So
Yes.
one is the feral goblin.
So the
tilted-
goblin proper, which the Tiltic goblins are a part of, and they have the same stats. And then there's hobgoblins, which are like they're much more militaristic. They form their own kingdom, or actually empire. They have an emperor, and they have like they're very militaristic, very much like everything's regimented, like a lawful kind of society. And then there's the biggest type of goblinoid, which are bugbears, which are neither bug nor bear. They're just called that, but they're much larger than the others, and they're almost universally sadistic. And
Do they have scales?
they do not. They don't have scales.
They do have long arms.
I'll just show you a picture.
Wait,
So
that's
I'm
what
thinking
those things
we're
were from
dealing with a bugbear hobgoblin, if you ask my opinion.
Were hops from Fable goblins? Cause I don't know. I might be the only
Oh,
person. that
okay,
thinks
yeah.
So
Big feet tracks.
Fun.
Yeah. and they're much bigger than they're bullies to the smaller cousins usually.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
So it's a good roll.
As they should.
Okay, so two options. It probably wasn't a dragon, and I probably just started a rumor in the village for no reason.
You never
Or
know.
I'm right, and this is just a goblin cult that worships dragons. You know, those exist.
Sure.
Either way, I'm not telling them I'm wrong.
All right. Well, without further ado, though, unless you want to do anything else while you're there, that's about what you can glean from it. And you do like a 360 degree. There's nothing, no, chests or anything, or any kind of other signage that there's anything beyond just the monolith here carved into the side of the mountain.
There's no.
We don't have a hunter, right? We don't have a hunter.
Ranger, no.
No, I don't have a ranger. We do have a druid.
Okay.
Is there like a small
They
little
can still track.
keyhole to
Who?
where to protect?
She can track. So anybody with survival can still track.
Okay.
there-
Small keyhole? No, you see no.
Is there or is something for that little small piece of stone that we have?
Oh, so that one was actually carved
Okay.
by Gerald. He as a replica, like a model. So it wouldn't have been built at the same time. It's much more recent. Hand chiseled.
Can feral goblins do magic?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they can for sure.
They get missing.
Yeah, in fact, they tend to be since you got such a good roll, they tend to be the leaders of tribes of goblins that are feral. Yeah. Yes. Not often clerics. They don't usually have clerics. They're not a
Like goblins.
devout people in general, but obviously there's this exception. And the Tiltic goblins are completely below that, out of the water. They can be anything, and are everything. But feral, not that you've heard. not from the cleric standpoint. It's certainly druids, certainly wizards, definitely sorcerers. Probably not wizards so much. Sorcerers, yes, for sure. Because the difference between a wizard and a sorcerer is a wizard is all about studious. They're like studying magic, and they're about using their intellect to create magical effects. Whereas a sorcerer uses literally their magical blood. Like they have a bloodline. Like they might be related to a dragon. They might be related to an angel or a demon or whatever. And they use that power of like their being, their charisma actually is their spellcasting stat. So that's the difference. So the Fairy Goblins wouldn't have like an arcane, academy, right? I mean, that'd be funny if they did. I'd probably do that because it'd be just amazing, but they don't generally. So they're more into like the sort of primal magics and warlock as well. So that's what you'd probably run into, you'd imagine.
I'm still leaning towards cold.
Yeah, and you're
Yeah,
thinking
it's
that
not
faces
cool.
don't show hobgoblins. Like they're all regular goblins because you'd know, like you saw, like they tend to have like this full-on beard thing, right? And they're very fuzzy. These are definitely like hairless. They're smoother.
So something we should worry about, like feral.
Sure. Whenever it was carved, who knows, 1,000 years ago, a couple hundred years ago,
Well, I don't think a feral goblin should be a problem to a dwarf. I think so.
Spoken like a dwarf.
One problem.
Indeed, no.
Put you in front, boo-boo.
Makes sense. Does a fighter? Yep.
I'm leaning more towards a bugbear goblin. That could be the problem.
All right. So, anything else you guys would like to do?
Let's continue.
Okay. You continue on, and you can tell you're in the final kind of hundreds of yards because it's a series of switchbacks that are drawn like squiggly lines back and forth, and you're on that now, and you know that it's going to plane out, and then the mine is just basically in the mountainside after it planes out.
How wide is our path that we're going?
It is about 20 feet.
So like the pig is like taking up like a good chunk.
Pig's about, like I said, a very large pig. It's a 4 squares, whereas you guys only take up 1. And then the wagon is another 4 behind it.
That's a lot of pig.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Who's riding the pig, by the way?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Someone's using the
Oh, okay.
Reins.
the reins. Thank you.
You could be sitting on
Um,
top of it.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, she could try. You could try every night, but you
No.
didn't say. Yeah.
Talk about the halfling.
Oh.
But, yeah,
Might not
try.
even notice. It's like something's on my back. Really. All right. So you do approach. The air is really crisp up here. It's very cold, and definitely snow. That you're kind of dodging patches of the snow on the way up. You do see what seems like wheel marks into some of the patches that are all like frozen over.
Ahead of us?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Does it look fresh? I mean, you said they're probably ice stages,
That would
so
be a-
never mind.
Survival check.
Can I get her advantage on it?
What's your survival?
3.
You got
One.
really a survival here.
So is somebody aiding, helping?
Dang
I was
it!
going
Mm.
to.
Do I get to roll again?
No, there's no advantage on this.
So 6.
Okay. No, you're trying to look at it and see. I mean, you can see them, but you can't tell age or anything important gleaned from that. Other than that they're there.
Worth a shot.
Yeah.
Do we see any footprints of what could be carrying the carriage over?
So no, it's frozen over, so you can't really see any footprints. Maybe you see like little indentations that might be footprints, but you can't really tell. It's just like an indentation. It's not like it doesn't have like toes or anything like that. And it's all been melted, so it was something that might have made it when it was actually snowing, and now it's starting to kind of melt. So it's not even the fresh footprint. It's just a remnant of the footprint, if that makes sense.
So we're like at the beginning of the mine, right?
You haven't even gone to the entrance. You're still on the switchbacks to get to it, but you're about to round the corner where you should be able to see it. So Unless there's anything you want to do specifically
Yeah.
before you are going to
Can we
round.
check our surroundings for
Oh, yeah.
broken branches or something like around that?
Certainly. Roll a perception check. Anybody who wants to.
My perception's 7.
15.
Okay. So, with a 15, you are able to tell that they have. So, on between one of the switchbacks, you see what looks like a severed piece of rope. And up top, you see what looks like some sort of a pulley system, where they would have had a line that would have come along the side of the switchbacks, so something they could hoist up. You're not sure, or put it in a bucket and pull up. You're not sure how, but definitely some sort of system that they had to pull things up or to bring them down without having to go up the switchbacks and to use mechanical advantage of gears, because there looks like there's gears up there, but they're hard to see without actually going up to them.
Do we think dwarves were using these?
They look dwarven made. Yeah.
Of course. Humans can't make things like this.
I think we should follow that.
All right. So
Think we should what?
I think we should follow the those things.
you, with your 15, because it was a 15,
Mhm.
you're pretty sure you hear something on the wind.
Okay.
It sounds like a.
Okay.
You're pretty sure. Like to you guys, it's just wind because nobody rolled high enough. But you're pretty sure there's something in that wind.
Okay.
It's from ahead of you,
We don't know exactly where it's coming from.
just from the direction of the mine.
Okay, so let's keep going then. So we need to be alert, guys, because I'm hearing something. I don't know. Something is not right. So let's keep going. Keep your eyes open, and let's keep going.
All right. So you guys round the top to see the following. These are some alpine trees.
Don't take this of me being prejudiced against dwarves. Y'all really like building stuff really extra, don't y'all?
Yeah, we are really builders.
That's a mine.
All
We
right.
like chunky stuff. Actually, we are the builders of the world. I think so. Like the elves are the trackers of the elf world. Yeah, of the world.
All right. So, and let's get everybody's. If you want to give me your representative miniature,
Could be any.
any one of them. I gave you a male and a female, so whichever one you want. And you do have your dog. We forgot to talk about that. So you do have a pet
Okay.
that you can spend actions on to have them go.
What?
Question. Are Tabaxi's hands backwards or
They are, because it's not a tabaxi. It's technically a Roxaja. But
in my heart it's Tabaxi because I love cats.
it's the closest thing I had.
It's okay.
Can I use
But-
mine? Just
Oh,
this is what
absolutely.
it looks like. Okay.
Slay, dude.
All right. So, as you guys round it up, please give me all perception checks.
I'm definitely going to cast guidance on myself.
So if you have a
9.
13 on perception and you roll a 15, do I add that?
No. Passive perception is different. So passive perception is if you're not actively because I imagine as you guys are rounding up, you're like watching intently. If you're just like walking, someone tries to steal from you while you're not like always on, always on. It's your passive perception is the difficulty for them to pick from you or to, for you to detect something that's happening that you're not actually looking for. So the perception is its own skill, and they're related, but they are different.
Got a 20.
All right.
I have 18 on my bad.
I got you. I have 24.
Nice. Wow, 24. Now you hear the chittering of what appears to be goblins ahead.
Like we all do?
No.
Everybody that rolled a 10 or higher.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I
So
got a
you
10.
do-
Yay.
Yeah.
I got an 11.
All I'm
Alright.
saying is that
You know, I wasn't crazy though.
Look how small they are.
Little rascals. No.
Who has the wings?
They're like little gremlins.
You have wings?
Have you played World of Warcraft? That's the way I imagine the
The
goblins like
mini
Goblin
does,
War.
but
Oh,
no.
mini has, okay.
World of Warcraft.
They're so cute. Like honestly, if they were not so mean, I'd be like, "You're my friend. Come here. Get in my
I'll make-
handbag.
I'm gonna make you my pet.
Get in my handbag." His name's
Okay.
Beefy. Just don't pet his face. He bites. We try to bring that up. Wait, that sounds weird. Is that our wagon?
Could be theirs.
No, it could be theirs.
Oh.
Also, they are camping.
You can't have that. That's sacred land.
First thing you should notice is this cross here, and it looks like a super emaciated dwarven body that's nailed to it.
That's not good.
Can somebody tell from this distance if it's alive?
That's a
Because
good.
emaciate
That was
doesn't mean
actually.
emaciate doesn't mean that it's
Right,
dead
But
yet.
I hope he, for his
No,
sake.
no, we want to bring him
If he's-
alive.
If he's full on nailed, I hope he is deceased.
No, I hope not.
And as you guys are coming up the hill, it looks like one of them. So we'll say the one with the red tunic there looks over and sees you guys rounding, and you see his eyes just go really wide. So with that being said, this is we're gonna go into our first combat because it just goes right into it. It doesn't mean that you have to fight. In my games in particular, but in other games too, there are always other options. You don't know what those are, or even if how successful they might be, but oftentimes if you roll good enough, you can almost make anything happen. Might not turn exactly what you thought, but don't be afraid to try other things if you want to try to.
Well, I've had some real
Approach it.
bummers. Rolls,
I know.
but
So we have to say what
I'll
we want to
fight.
do first and then roll, or we roll
Nope,
it.
nope.
No.
Just roll first. And so what happens is I'm gonna write initiative down. So you roll for initiative. So it should be right in between your armor class and your movement.
Excuse me.
Yes.
My partner has work in the morning and they're my ride. I have
Oh.
to go. I'm so sorry.
Okay. No, it's alright. Gotta go when you gotta go.
Yeah, I deeply apologize.
You're good.
And we live in Arlington.
It is 8:30. So we have an hour and a half.
I live in Arlington.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah.
Thank you all. You were so nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks.
Nice to meet you.
I want to do this again.
All right.
Get messy.
Does everybody need a break before we get started in combat, or
No, if I take a break,
This is 20, right?
I'm ready.
you're ready?
Yeah, let's go for it.
There is. It's in through there. You'll see it's.
All right, so I'm rolling for initiative.
Okay, so the way this will work is you give me your character's name and then tell me what you roll, your number for initiative.
Okay.
Just do Z
What was
for
it?
name. Z.
Z.
Yep.
Okay. What's your number?
17.
Okay.
Wakara.
Yeah.
14.
14. All right. Eddie.
12.
Okay.
Forge hard. 12. 14.
And your name?
Oh.
The 14.
Oh, we need to
we
sum,
had- we
or
had
we just
one.
the roll dice?
Mm-hmm. You roll d20. Add the initiative.
13.
Oh, sorry.
So you're a 15.
Yeah, I'm
Wakara?
15. Yeah, exactly.
And then Eddie, you're a 13. Okay. Got it.
Thank you.
I'm a
Um,
7.
What was your character's name? Dacus.
Yeah.
Yep. And then what is your total?
14.
How do you get 14?
12.
Plus initiative.
That's,
12.
That's the that's
12.
0.
All right, and then she was the wizard, so we don't
Yeah.
have the wizard. So
We
we'll
lost
say she fell back. She was wanting to really investigate something that, and
Going back to
she
the
had to
rock.
go.
Cylindria.
Yeah, she's out. I'm not gonna bother with her.
That makes 7.
Yep. The normal group size, by the way, is 4 to 6. That's the optimal group size.
4 to 6 what?
Players.
Oh,
4
D&D?
to 6?
Oh, okay.
You're a brave
Can
man
you
to
have
take this
more?
big on.
We are. Yeah, you can. But I'd suggest if you guys are starting a group or whatever, don't get any more than 6.
Okay.
And
is
not
what I
less than
recommend.
4.
And we can keep things moving because I often deal with bigger groups. But
Can I roll for him?
yeah, go for it. And what was your character's name? And what did
Cylindria.
Cylindria? And then what did you get?
7.
Okay.
Ugh. And
If-
he is in 12.
Okay.
No, sorry, 11.
Hy-
Oh, never mind. You want to re-roll? You wanna roll for yourself? Because I roll for you.
That's fine.
Okay.
Hypothetically, if 3 of us in a row roll 7s, do we get something lucky?
Of course.
No.
No. It's worth a shot.
So just put me in the back, y'all. But I'll fight.
Also very powerful. What is your class?
Where's that at? Oh, druid.
No, the class fighter.
Druid.
Druid. Okay.
I mean, what are you?
Oh yeah.
what's
So
your
you're a healer. Okay.
Subclass or whatever.
Yeah, you have to stay in the
I
back.
don't
please.
know what subclass is.
You're a Fey ancestor. I think that's it.
No, Fey ancestors
These are
because
features and
because they're an
traits.
elf.
Oh, I'm a wood elf.
Oh,
No.
okay.
Does that make
No.
sense? Yeah, I'm a noob.
Druid circle. You're a moon druid.
Oh, a moon druid.
So you turn into animals, and that's how you attack.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, really? All right.
How do you
Right.
know she was a full?
She could tell.
here?
So let's see you.
Any kind of
no,
animal?
fighting style, no.
A lot of them, yeah. And you could turn into some really cool ones, like
So I don't see
because
what
you're
kind you are.
that particular druid,
Superiority die. You are a
you can turn into like a lion
Okay.
or like a bear.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Okay, yeah, that is cool.
Okay, so I have made the initiative list based on what you rolled and what the enemies rolled. I'll show you how I take care of it, just so you're aware. But each of you are listed. As I call your name, it's your turn to go. Now, Z will be starting.
Oh, okay.
So you did beat everybody on initiative.
That's really sad.
The average round is 6 seconds long in game or in real to game time. So a minute is 10 rounds, and you have, as a part of what you can do, you have an action, you have a move, and then you can do a reaction and bonus actions. So you can do all of those as a part of your turn. So
Okay, wait, an action?
Mhm.
Where-
So an
I saw
action-
this somewhere. Okay.
an action would be like yes, this. So
Okay.
this actually spells it out perfect. So I did provide everybody with
Above board, above table, are we trying to talk to them, or is it okay to just try to kill them?
I thought we were
I
already.
say we leave the one that's the most important alive. Time of question him, but kill the rest. You can't trust them.
Yeah, I'll just leave one alive, I guess.
And we'll see what the dice do. All right.
Oh, it's like a good fight.
If not, oops.
Yeah.
so an action would be like attacking with a sword, casting a spell, most spells, some spells no, but and
Okay.
doing some other strenuous activity for your 6 seconds of time. A move action is like what it sounds like. You move and you have the movement number next to your initiative. And what that is each square on this map is equivalent to a 5 by 5 by 5, which is technically a cube, space, which is what you take up.
Wait, what?
So each one of these is 5 feet.
Okay.
So if you move 35, you get
Plus
7.
5.
You get 7 movement.
Okay.
As a
Say
part
that
of
one more time.
move.
Sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Can you repeat that last part?
Yeah. Each square is equivalent to a 5 by 5 by 5 foot.
Okay.
So if you have, in your case, 25 movement,
Oh,
you have 5 squares you can move.
Is that speed?
Yes.
Mhm.
Movement? Okay, gotcha.
Okay. So, do I have to cast a spell to turn into an animal?
You use a bonus action
Yep.
because you are a moon druid.
Okay. Okay.
I figure
And
since
then
you
a reaction.
And the stats are in the back of the player's handbook, depending on what you want to turn into. It can be up to challenge rating. Yeah. Aren't they 4? 2?
No, no. At level 3, it would only be 1.
That,
If we were
right
level
there
4,
might
they
be
could go
nice.
up. But as a level 3, it's just 1. Because it's rounded
Can you
down.
handle them?
Ooh, a dire wolf.
Yep, because it's rounded down.
And
and it has to be, I think, a real animal, not a made
Yeah,
up animal.
okay, alright, so.
It has to be a beast.
yeah.
So what does all this stuff to this mean?
Exactly. So, it is, so this is, you can be anything that has a challenge equal to 1 or lower. So it's the bottom of their stat. So you can be a giant eagle, you could be a lion.
Yay, okay.
Oh,
great.
you can't fly yet.
Nope.
And then, that's right.
That's level 8.
Yep. Dire wolf,
Yeah, this one will be.
a dire wolf?
Yep.
Okay. Sounds good.
So as far as these skills, those are the ones that you now have as a direwolf. You still have all your mental facilities. You have these that you normally do,
Okay,
but those have been replaced with these.
okay, so mastery, okay, oh, okay, okay, okay,
Yeah.
alright.
Here, your actions, you can bite.
Okay,
Pack tactics, you really want an ally of some type to be within the well, that English, to be close to the creature that you are attacking.
okay.
That way you have advantage. So you will roll.
I have under my tools like vehicle.
Okay, so can.
What does it mean? That I can ride the pig?
So, yep. You can do a wagon,
Well,
you
have
can do a
allies.
chariot,
We don't have to.
We
do
don't
that.
have to turn into.
there's a
anything.
tank, you can do a tank.
It's just that
So I could have ridden the
if you
pig.
have an ally nearby.
In the wagon side, yeah.
Oh.
You probably were.
Oh, okay, cool. So I don't get tired.
We didn't need to go into that level of detail, but yeah, you could have.
Okay.
Alright, so you shifted. Now you have the movement also of a dire wolf. As opposed to what you were, was 35 and now it should be
50.
50.
Okay.
So you can move
That's
10.
10.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's my turn.
It is your turn.
Yeah.
So,
You can replace it. No. Well,
yeah, when it's your turn, we'll replace you with this one. So, what did you decide? What are you going to do with yours, E? What is E going to do?
I'm going to be really, really mean, and if they survive, great.
Ruthless.
Why it looks like that?
Yeah.
Well, I figure if they're important, then they should, be a little sturdier.
It's good logic.
I'm gonna drop a shatter in the middle of them.
Okay.
So that is a Constitution saving throw,
Alright.
and that is it's only 13.
13.
Yep.
Alright. 1, 2. No. And you said 13?
Yep.
No.
So 2 failed, 2 succeeded. So we'll say that the whip one and the bow one. Wait, what's the radius on it?
10.
10 feet?
Yep.
So where are you centering it?
On the.
I guess it gets all of them, doesn't it?
It will get all of them.
Yeah, okay.
And I lost my die. It went on a bag.
Uh-oh.
Not worth much, of course not. So that is 7 points of thunder damage,
Alright.
half if they succeeded.
Yep. There it is. Alright.
So the spell that I did, instead of me having to roll to attack, they had to do a save against my spell.
So they
So what does that mean?
no damage.
Oh no, that they still get damaged.
So she casts this spell,
and it explodes. And these two are knocked down.
Okay.
The other two are just like stunned. Look pretty significantly hurt. Uh-huh.
Okay.
So now, Akara,
Okay. Can I use my dog?
you can. So when you're going to use your dog, it's going to be a handle animal check. And you're using, your move action, I believe, to do it.
25. But that's only
Move
5.
action. It's
Okay.
it's So roll handle animal.
8 and move. Plus 3, 8. Oh, 11.
11.
Yeah.
All right. So that should be good. And what are you going to direct it to do?
To try to one goblin, one of the one that is injured.
Okay.
Speed 40. 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. It wouldn't be able to get all the way up.
All the way up.
Yeah, but you can get most of the way up if you want.
Uh,
So just take them however, whatever its movement, which is 40. I have a little card for you. So there is a little card, yeah.
Yeah. So where do you saw the speed?
Speed.
Oh, okay, speed. Okay. So I want him to run just behind the. This one, I think so, or no? 1, 2, 3. So that will be 4 squares, right? I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the way
So
here.
4 squares is
20.
20 movement.
So you still have 20 more.
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Let's go here, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, pals.
Next is, and you actually can use your action as well to move up.
Action.
Yeah, you can move up if you want.
No, can I use
You're
the
gonna stay back?
arrow?
Yeah.
I have a bow, heavy bow. Actually.
Yeah, heavy crossbow. Yeah.
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 I
Yeah.
want to shoot one.
Usually
of
I
them.
say that those are always loaded, and then you'll just have to reload it.
Okay.
So if you want to use it again. So yeah, you have it. Take it out, aim, and shoot. Which one are you shooting at? You got to declare who you're shooting at.
Shooting to this one.
The
I
bow
get
one?
to no this one.
The whip one. Okay.
Mhm.
Go for it.
So that's 14 plus any. Plus 3. That's 17.
Okay. That's a hit.
Okay.
So now you're going to do your damage.
Okay.
Because it says D10.
Oh, interesting. 1 plus 1, 2.
2 damage. All right. So it does 2 damage. It is still up. And you said that was the bow one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the goblin with the whip.
Is it action or bonus action to reach up from reload?
It should be. It's a heavy reloader.
Yeah, it's a heavy bow.
So it's an action.
Okay. I don't normally see crossbows,
Crossbows, yeah.
so that's just like
I don't either, actually. Usually they're longbows. So he barks something in Goblinoid over to the other one. So anybody that speaks Goblinoid can siphon under your languages, which should be the bottom
Common and Dwarven.
bottom left.
Nope.
No. Okay. So he says something, and then he just starts shouting into the mine and yelling. And he comes back, and you see he takes his weapon, puts it in his little teethy maw, takes out a short bow, and is going to attack the dog that's actually coming at him.
If this dog freaking dies, I'm gonna be blaming you, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't have the best.
And he misses because he's so surprised at the shatter, and he's like, ears are still ringing.
Thank God.
All right. So the next goblin, next to the one with the bow, is also going to shoot at. Well, actually, he can't see him because of the he's just too short. So he's actually going to attack you with the bow. So I roll a d20 and I add the bonus that he has for his attack. He rolled an 18 plus 4 is a 22 against your armor class, which is a
16.
There you go. So he hits you because it's meter beat.
So he does 3 plus 2 damage, 5 damage total. So you can just, right in there, you subtract that from your total, and that's what your current hit points are. And I give yourself plenty of room, because you're going to right all the way over. Yeah. Just write the total of whatever it becomes. All right. So he hits, and then he is also going to move.
Closer to us.
All right, goes there. And that's the round for him. So now we go to Dacus.
Freeze them, freeze them.
I don't have any damaging spells except for one. So.
Do you have any
It's a spiritual
freeze,
weapon,
immobilize,
I have
something
spiritual
like
weapon,
that?
but I don't use it just yet.
Fair.
But I'll tell you what I will do. I will move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to get covered behind the trees, hopefully.
Okay.
And I will cast Bless on
All right, what's the range?
30 feet.
Yeah. On where?
And probably like right around here. I'm trying to capture all our guys so they can have a bunch of range here.
Okay. Is the spell centered on you, or is it a range of 30 feet?
Let's read it.
Yep.
You
Because some
bless.
spells you can drop in a place, and then they have a radius.
You bless up to 3 creatures of your choice within range. Whenever
Okay.
a target makes an attack roll or a saving throw before the spell ends, the target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to the attack or saving throw.
Nice.
The range is 30 feet, so I want to get the paladin, the fighter.
Okay, so before you leave.
Yeah.
Okay, you'll cast it before you move. That's fine.
Paladin, fighter, and I guess
The rogue?
the rogue.
Okay. So you guys are blessed. Usually the person that casts the spells, it's the responsibility of the person who has the spell on them to know that, but they will forget.
Yep.
So oftentimes, especially if I'm playing like a bard that buffs, it's like a buff class, I will remember and I'll try and remind other people. So you might have to remind people. All right. And so that's you. You move to cast a spell. Eddie.
Okay, so I don't think am I in the range of it? Because I mean, if he was right here,
Yeah, I was behind you. Yep.
then
He casted it before.
right.
you left.
So, but like
And I can
Oh,
only
yeah.
move,
So,
and I can
I'm
only
not
move 25.
technically, am I technically in it right now, or am I not?
Where did you start?
I'm right here.
No. Where did Dacus start?
I think about right here,
Right here.
somewhere.
So he's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 away.
Oh,
from
okay.
Yeah.
4, 5, 6. So I'll move here.
You can move diagonal if you want.
And I will use my longbow. So,
Okay.
19.
Nice.
3 is 22.
And which one? Point 2 you're attacking? The whip or the bow?
The
Bow guy? Okay. Yep.
And then
So 22?
And then I have a D8.
Yeah.
Not that it matters, but you get your guidance or your bless on that.
Well, I got a 1,
I can't help that.
so that is what?
Is that 1 plus?
Yeah, so 2.
So 2 points of damage.
Okay.
That's terrible.
He's still up. Barely. Okay. All right. So that's Eddie. Did you want to move? You're gonna get
I
closer?
did.
You
I
did. You already
move,
did. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Goblin of the sword. Looks like he's bleeding out. Marcus. It's a halfling rogue.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
Didn't hear my name. I was counting dice.
Yeah. Sorry. I use the character's name for more immersion.
So I will move up my 5 spaces.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And how much range do I have on the hand
hand crossbow, you're fine. You're within.
Okay. I want to take aim at one of the, well, basically the one I can see, the injured.
So the one in the doorway? Oh no.
No,
Oh, the one that's bleeding out? Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, you can be a finisher. That's fine. Make sure he's dead. He's not gonna come up sometime later after he naturally heals.
Well, I thought he was just stunned. Like, can he still get after stunned? Or?
No, this one's stunned.
Yeah, you don't know. You're not a doctor. Alright.
Sure, I'll aim at it with the crossbow.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Alright, roll a d20.
Oh, a d20.
Mm-hmm. You have to hit first.
3.
So you attack the ground and it stunks right next to the ground on that body.
No problem.
You have your bless, but it wouldn't help.
Alright, Cylindria.
Alright. So first I want to. Okay. So, what is this part here say?
Alright. Let's see here. Combat wild shape. Bonus to you can expend a spell slot and it gives you a plus d8 hit points per level of the spell. So basically you're gonna flip one of those spells over. You can't use a 0 level spell, but you can give yourself hit points to make you a little more tanky.
Okay.
I will tell you right now, you probably don't need to use it because you guys are have like 2 enemies that are pretty low, but you can if you want to practice and use it.
Alright, well then.
It's up to you.
I do want to turn into a wolf and charge in. That's what
Do
I'm
that.
doing. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so.
You can't cast spells while you're in the wolf form, just to warn you.
Okay. But do I have to cast to be a wolf or no? You just.
No,
Okay,
you
so I
just
roll?
you wild shape, so it's like a natural ability for you. Well,
Okay.
not natural, but
So I just roll.
there's no roll. You just do it, and then you can move your 50. So here's your character. You take up 4 squares now, and then you can move. You can actually get to the whip if you want in 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Actually, you can't. Not an attack, but you can get right up in his face. And then you can take another move, or you can do some other action, like intimidate, like intimidating growl or something at him. You can do. He looks pretty shaken. 2 of his friends got dropped in the first action of the
Sure.
combat.
Let's do that.
Okay,
What do I do?
so intimidation is a skill.
Okay.
So you're gonna roll a d20, add intimidation, but because you're a dire wolf and you guys just dropped 2 of their buddies in the first action, I'm gonna give you advantage on that check.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you roll twice.
Okay. That was 5. 10.
The 10? Okay. He seems freaked out. He doesn't drop his weapon, but you see, like, he sees this, like, group come in, and all of a sudden there's this dire wolf in his face. He looks terrified, probably peeing himself a little bit. All right. So back to the top of the round. Z. So the bow one looks like he's holding strong, but the one she intimidated with the whip looks not so much. Looks like morale-wise.
Without moving, I'm just gonna do a classic warlock, attacking the bow one with Eldritch Blast.
Okay. Do it.
That is 19 to hit.
So what?
19.
Hit.
3 force damage.
Drops him. You guys just see this eldritch, this like dark magical energy launched out as a bolt of energy from her hand, strikes the goblin right in the head, takes him off his feet, slams him 5 feet back, and he's not moving. Maybe a twitch, not much. All right,
Which one?
The one in the doorway.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
Makara. The goblin is absolutely horrified now. Looks like he wants to drop his weapon because it's shaking. He's looking down at it and looking at all of you. What would you like to do?
Capture him and ask him. Well, we don't speak Elvish, so there's no point.
So you're
So
gonna walk up
goblin.
and do an intimidate?
Well, he will speak. He's not a god. Well, we don't. Nobody of us speaks Goblinish,
He
right?
could speak other things. We heard them speaking in Gobble, but that doesn't mean that's the only thing he speaks.
Yeah, we would like to capture, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go up and do a intimidation check on him. Yep. So move yourself up towards him.
Over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then do it. Give yourself advantage.
20
Nat 20.
and 22.
Nat 20.
Nat 20. Okay. Because the dire wolf is right next to you and basically scared him half to death anyway, probably did a hit point just as heart almost exploding.
Don't tell me that I killed him, but
No.
he just fainted.
No. But with the 20, yeah, I'll allow it. He goes, okay, no kill, and he drops the weapons. No kill.
He speaks common.
Bobo, nice. Bobo, not kill any. Bobo, good. And he like looking at what she done. He's like trying to like get like her breath like away from him. He seems absolutely terrified. Now you see a nice stream of pee coming down his leg. He gets to his knees and continues to go towards you and kind of away from you. Like, please save me, save Bobo, not a threat, no. Bobo, no threat.
Somebody wanted a pet, right?
Bobo not die?
So I will just tell you, you will not die if you tell me what you did with my friend, or you know anything about it.
Bobo not do anything to powerful dwarf friend. Bobo pitiful. Bobo not even worth. Bobo. Yeah.
Stop playing around and tell me. Tell me anything that you know. Where he is.
Dwarves? Are there dwarves? They dead. But Malik killed them. Not Bobo. Malik.
Who's
Malik?
Malik? Tell me who's mine, where to find it.
And you see he like thinks about that for a second and realizes, well, give me insight checks, everybody.
Everybody?
Yep. Not so much.
18.
19.
Whoa. All three of you guys, all four of you, realize he's like, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. And he is absolutely terrified, so he's obviously just talking and hoping that somehow saves his life. But when he did say Malik, he did say that with like a snarl. It was very faint, but you did pick up on that. So you can tell he doesn't seem to like Malik, legitimately. He's just terrified of you, so it's not even a like or not. And he's telling the truth so far.
Cool.
Yeah. With those rolls, I'll tell you when you kind of detect it. It's not quite the truth. We'll just hold those rolls.
I'll go into my Batman voice and interrogate him.
What did you do?
Where were the other drawers going? Where were the other drawers go?
What do you need to know? Speak slow and I don't know. The more clear.
Who is Malik?
Where he is.
Malik is he took over. He worked under Squiggle. Lieutenant Squiggle. Dwarfs killed Squiggle. But Malik took over. And Malik killed dwarfs who killed Squiggle.
Malik is Goblin.
Yeah. Bigger.
Bugbear.
Much bigger. Furrier. Hairy. That the
big
word?
ones,
Yeah.
Where is he?
Goblin. Points into the cave.
Orc.
Out of curiosity, are you still in wolf form?
That's
Yes.
true. He's like,
Okay.
it's gonna eat me.
Okay, that's just like,
Okay,
out of
all
curiosity, you still
Good
a
call,
little
good
fool.
catch.
Yeah, because, okay, so what?
Inspiration point for you. So there are some times when DMs can award inspiration points, which is basically like a little point that you can use to get like re-rolls and other kind of cool effects. And it's called an inspiration point.
Okay, interesting.
So
Okay.
you usually just award it for people that are like just keeping things moving along, honest, and then also really good insight or anything that like they figure out that is of interest can also do it, or really cool maneuvers that like changes the course of like a combat. That could also happen. So.
So.
I'm so sorry.
And as you guys are talking, I had two of them. Where is it? Okay. You guys can give me perception checks.
9.
What?
21.
21.
13.
9.
13.
Okay. Anyone with a 15 or higher sees little eyes. Starting with 4, all 4 being red, and then another 4. As they charge out from the darkness. So they're basically goblins riding on what's called wargs, which are basically like
Puppies.
big wolves. Not like a dire wolf, but a big wolf. They're both going to attack Baracus.
Because they're right there.
Mm-hmm.
11s, 11 and a 10, so they do not hit you. So they all come out, and with what you've rolled, Bobo starts chittering in Goblin. He's, and you see them like the wargs try to bite, and the goblins are atop of them, and they look like they're gonna attack, and they look over at him like kind of like who are you, crazy? Like they both have that look, even though they're goblins. You can kind of read that on their faces. And with that being said, we're gonna just jump right back into it. So we had Z, Akara. So the goblins just went on their wargs. Dacus.
My turn again?
Yep.
Alright. Well, this time I guess I'm going to move up a little bit. 5, 10, 15, 20. I won't get behind this here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Okay.
As a bonus action.
Yeah.
Can I attack this round with it, or?
Yeah. You can attack the same round you do it. So you have it appear as long as it's within range.
5, 10, 15, 20 gets me him.
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20. Yep.
All right. Put a little dice that you're not using in the square that it is, just to note where it is, because you can actually move it around and do other things. And then go ahead and attack with it.
Alright.
Are you attacking the warg, or are you attacking the goblin atop the warg?
I will attack the goblin atop the ward.
Okay. Go for it.
I have no idea what my spell DC is, so let's just roll the dice and see.
It's not a DC, it's going to be an actual attack. And it says on the, so turn the spell card over.
4.
You miss. Okay. Eddie.
I'm gonna move forward. And I will use my bow again.
Who are you attacking though? Attacking.
Sorry, the one on the warg.
Yep. Okay.
9 plus 12.
A total of a 12, you miss. So it seems to go by, but he's able to dodge it, duck out of it. All right, Marcus.
That was the assassinating word, so they already acted in so you can't use that against them.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, it's pretty situational, but
But when it works.
it works. Yeah.
I don't have spells to cast. I
Oh.
don't have cards.
You're a rogue.
It's a road. Yeah.
We're next to him, so
Ah, come on.
you know.
Don't look at you.
Yeah, we're next to him, so you can sneak attack damage, right?
It's next to your left foot.
Is it?
Yep, right in front of you.
Oh yeah, I got it.
I don't think there is. a
Nat
sneak
20.
attack.
Just kidding.
So you do because you're sneak attacking. So you can roll. It's part of the rogue class. I might have forgotten that. It's just not written down. All right. So go ahead and roll 2d20 if you're next to him and another opponent is, or one of your allies is next to him.
Yes.
Okay. Roll 2d20 and see what you get. That's one, and then the next one. Okay, so the 4 is your highest. 4 plus 6 is 14. You miss.
Alright, I tried, yo.
Yeah, you're good. Here is the rogue, so you can read about the. There you go. So you can read it and see the table. Okay, Marcus, Cylindria. Who are you attacking, and what are you attacking with? Bite?
Yeah, bite.
Okay.
And this guy right here.
That one?
Yep.
The ugly looking one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do it.
12.
12 misses.
Wait, hold on. 12. Plus 5 to hit, so 17.
So 7. Okay, yeah, 17.
Oh, and you're aiming for the goblin on top of the warg.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, this guy.
So there's 2 goblins on warg.
That's me.
Oh, okay.
That's your friend.
Oh,
I didn't have a miniature for the
Okay,
dog,
gotcha.
so they're both the same.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. So this guy.
That one?
Yeah.
Let's see. We have to have you move into contact because you don't have reach yet.
Oh, okay.
You won't. So you have to.
First move.
How do-
So you can go 5, 10. You can go like here and then attack him.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
You already hit, so do your damage
All right.
against
How
him.
do you do damage?
So the you're looking at the
Actions,
bite.
Go hit. 2.
D6.
Hit. What? I don't know.
2d6 plus 3.
2d6. All right, do it.
So 2d6. So 6-sided dice, 2 of these. Plus 3. You roll that twice. Plus 3. 6. So we have 9. 11, 12, 13.
How do you want to do it? How do you want to dismember this goblin? You choose. Oftentimes they'll let people decide how they want to when they have like a hit like that. Spells is a little different because
Yeah.
it just
It's
blows
just
up. But
one bite, though.
No.
yeah, like you
but
could go
yeah.
on clamp on the head. You
You
could
rip
grab on
the
the
head
chest
off.
and shake. You could grab the leg and launch into a tree. There's all kinds of ways that you can have
if
this
you ask me,
happen.
I know
How do
how
you
to
want?
do
How do you visualize this happening?
Bite the
As a
goblin on
dire
the
wolf.
head
Okay.
and fling them into the forest.
All right. So yeah, you just hear the neck snap as you shake and then launch it, and the lifeless body, slams into the tree. The warg looks well. We can keep the warg still there. Okay,
Put the
Oh.
and then that's that because you moved and you did the move action and then you bit. All right, Z, back to the top of the round.
Oh.
See what this is? You kind of have to do this for big parties, otherwise you lose track of who does what.
Okay.
And so I'm just marking off as people go, and that way if we have to take a break or whatever, or people need to leave, I can keep tabs on what it has. So that's just initiative tracker is all it's called.
Okay.
All right.
Eldritch Blast, not Bobo.
Okay. The riding, the other rider.
The other.
Okay.
Never mind.
Okay.
Unless a 12 hits.
No. Doesn't hit any of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I could
Akara.
finally move me 3 spaces up.
Akara. Okay, that's me.
Uh-huh.
So I'm gonna swing my battle axe to him. That's 16 plus
That's a hit.
plus 6,
22.
22.
Hit. All right. Do your damage. So.
Oh yeah, that much. 8, 8, 8.
Oh, and so you have a special ability. If you're next to somebody and someone attacks an ally, you can actually impose disadvantage on that attack. So we'll have to remember that because he's a protection.
So that's somewhere in here. But
Okay.
When it comes.
Okay.
But you have an ability to defend your allies,
Okay.
which is
So
cool.
that's a 5 plus 4, 9.
So how do you want to do it?
So my battle axe will rip his head off.
Okay.
His head off, which is gonna
Clean.
fly.
Just
He
flies off.
flies off, and then
Um,
his body is like.
Yep. And then it's like it stays upright for actually a couple seconds, and then slowly starts to go, and then plummets off the back. All right. So now we go to just the wargs, which still remain and fight, and they seem like they have a natural hatred of you all. So we'll have the. Let's see here. The warg is going to attack Kara, the one that he just beheaded. Whoa, natural 1. So in the confusion and seeing the direwolf, it gets confused and decides to just randomly bite out, and it happens to bite in the direction of the other warg. And I will now roll to see if it hits the other warg. It hits the other warg. Oh dear. So, let's see here. 5, 8. So it does 8 damage.
dun, dun, dun.
Okay. And then, let's see here. The other warg. I'm going to have it do an intelligence check. It failed it. It's going to attack its ally back because it's really pissed off that it just bit it.
Yes.
It also rolls a 1. So it goes. This is just
So they start fighting
wow.
each other.
It goes through and bites down, but like, you know, with your axe still kind of coming back into position, it bites and nips at the axe accidentally, and you just hear bone crunching as its teeth are like snap. You're pretty sure you see some little bit of white material fly off as it bites into the axe. It'll take a penalty to damage for this combat until it is healed. Okay. Well, that was eventful. Dacus.
For the bonus action, I'm going to use the spiritual weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Natural 20.
Oh dear. All right. Now, which one is it against the mongrel or the one that's? Let's see. Did we remove the other miniature? No, we haven't. We haven't both there.
Yeah.
So these are the 2 wargs that are left. So they're like giant wolves. You're gonna do that one, the mongrel? Okay. Mongrel miniature. Do it.
All right. I think it's 2d6, right?
Yes.
1d8.
Well, you crit it. So it's what do you have as a weapon? It is not. It's a D8, so it's going to be 2d8.
I don't have a d8.
You don't, do you? How interesting. Here.
This one.
Oh yeah. That's a D10.
Oh, that's a D10?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yep, you don't have one. Cool.
like this. It's like this one. Here you go. Go for it.
6.
All right, and then roll again.
8.
14
14,
plus.
15, 16, 17. I'm guessing 17. I guess it's plus 3.
Okay, it has 1. Okay, it is still up, but barely. Yes, that's the D8. I have one here. Just use that for the rest of it. Because your D8's important for you.
Can I have since I was a bonus action, can I have an action and shoot crossbow?
So that wasn't a bonus action. It is actually. You're right. Yes. You have to reload. Have you reloaded yet?
I haven't shot it yet.
Oh, you haven't shot.
No.
You're good. Yep. Definitely.
19 plus
Oh.
3, okay.
All right. You hit, and you're hitting the same one, right?
Yep, it's only
Okay.
a d6.
How do you do it? With a crossbow bolt.
It's a crossbow bolt
Yeah.
in the chest,
Okay.
right in between the.
And it slumps down almost immediately.
Alright.
All right. And then
Cool.
it's Bobo.
Oh yeah, Bobo needs to go.
Hopefully Bobo is smart
Wait,
and
wait. And he's gonna attempt a handle animal check on the one that remains. And despite it, like in the heat of the moment, it doesn't have like half of its teeth missing. It looks like it might bite, but then it seems like a shame that it doesn't have teeth. And then Bobo like calms it and like actually gets to it, and he's kind of looking at you and like saying like, "No, it's okay. He's okay. He's okay. He's a good boy. He's a good boy." And sure enough, the ears go down and the head goes down, and it just slumps down with no teeth or broken teeth, in pain from that. And that is an end. You can decide to end or kill both of them, or one of them, or none of them. But that is now end of this particular combat. So, what would you like to do with your prisoners, allies? How would you
I
like
think
to
they're
approach
allies.
Except for the warg, because he lost almost half his teeth.
He could be a good tracker, I
He's
guess.
still a good ally. He's a good boy. You heard
Well,
Bobo.
we have a good boy too. We have a dog.
this?
Yeah.
The
And
dog's
the
target
dog,
like died right away. Like, oh.
And for the next almost hour, we also have a dire
I'll
wolf.
take it.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
take
Is
care of it.
anyone going to
Yeah.
kill one or the other of them?
No.
No?
No.
I mean,
I think we've threatened it already.
I would.
We threatened
Is Marcus going to do this? He's like, that's a character. When nobody's looking,
Where's Marcus?
they
Oh,
can't
yeah.
watch
He's
it
a
all
rogue.
the time.
I mean, he does have the stealth. He could do a stealth. It'll shiv it.
Oh man. No. So for his part, Bobo seems to calm the wolf down, and it like the warg seems to be like a little bit more intelligent than your average wolf. There's definitely something behind those eyes. I mean, there is for wolves too, but even more so. Like it's definitely a more intelligent creature than meets the eye, and it's definitely seems to have some like it's in this battle moment, and then it just is like, I know I was going to die.
But he was
and
the one
you
that
saved
get
me."
confused.
Yeah.
No.
He
No,
was
he
the one
was
that
the
got
other one.
attacked,
Okay.
and then he got pissed off at his other one and bit him,
okay, yeah.
but then rolled the one and broke his teeth.
Are they
Okay.
big enough for dwarves to ride?
No.
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 I know
Technically
goblins are
not,
tiny, so okay.
because
No.
it's medium size versus a medium. He could. He can ride it if it lets him, and so can
I got some animal
Bobo.
handling.
So Bobo kind of faces you and kind of looks down and shakes his head. Those Malik lieutenants, I think you call them. Now only Malik and brother remain. Probably did not hear when Mookie called out. Mookie tried to call, and that's why they came. Zim, he points down to one, and Mel.
How do we know he's telling the truth?
You can give me an insight check. So it's
Pretty
a
sure
skill
he's
check and
kind of
insight.
scared after him seeing all his. I will very hesitant that he will be lying.
He's not. He doesn't appear to be lying. Now you're not necessarily totally hip on the whole how to read a goblin, but you're pretty sure if it follows the same as like 99% of humanoids, the tells are there that he's probably just like he's like going with it. He's like totally like, okay, this is my life now. It has just shifted greatly. And
Yeah, he's gonna be part of our party, basically.
Yeah.
He's gonna be.
Hey, if it depends on how you treat him and how you want to deal with him, but it could the door is not closed. We'll say.
How many more are in the mine, Bobo?
2, I guess.
Two. Yeah.
Just-
Malik and his
Malik and
brother.
bro.
Just two off branch dwarves mine break into an area that have
Speak clearly.
he tries to draw on the ground or something, and he basically makes this like little shape. And you guys can give me like a nature check.
Don't make me call Commissioner.
Yeah.
Nature.
Ah. 2, I guess.
Pretty easy. 10.
19.
1.
You're
One.
pretty sure it's a dragon. It's absolutely not a dragon.
It's the Muffin Man.
You're pretty sure he's drawing a mushroom. He's like, I don't know a word for this, but whole bunch of them. And then, you call mushroom. They, a few move and walk. We were getting ready to attack, and we have all traps laid out in between, and actually kill a few of mushroom men. But
let's go.
we that's all.
Can we ask him about the monolith?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ask
Okay.
him. What do you want to ask? What do you want to ask? Just do it.
Yeah, I want to ask. You know, Bobo, what's up with these monoliths? What are they? What are they to you?
Monoliths.
What do they mean to you?
Monopiths.
He has no idea what you're talking about.
Monoliths.
Yeah, the stone creature. The stone.
Stone
creature.
creature?
Not creature. Not creature.
Ah.
The stone.
Then we
The
have a
large
stone
stone.
replica.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there should be one.
Mountain made of stone. No.
You're still a wolf.
Dang
There's
it.
still a wall.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have you automatically pop out since you started this one. I'll say you immediately shifted, and then now we're. Yeah.
Sorry.
It does matter.
You're
It does.
still a wolf.
Yeah,
Um,
it does.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. No, you're good.
Who has the replica?
I
There you
thought
go.
did.
The wizard did.
Oh,
Ah.
I'm sure she passed it off.
Yeah, yeah.
Alright.
She'll pass it before she needed to go and
Yeah.
do her beauty sleep or something. Preen herself for a while, whatever cats do. So yeah, you show. Ah, yes, and he kind of looks and he kind of shies away from it. Huh.
what does this mean to you?
Tutura. And he points at the big one. And he points at all the little ones. Bobo old ago. Tutura.
Yeah, you squashed him.
Okay.
And old Bobo maybe mine or cut down tree or whatever Tutura want. Tutura, huge. Live other side of mountain.
Oh, that's good information. Okay.
We avoid Tutura much weaker now.
Why?
Not many of them. Some, not sure. Tutura have war with Malin.
What's that?
Manin.
Morning.
Manin. Manin?
Human.
Manin.
Okay. Okay.
At least that is my assumption.
Manin.
Okay.
Manin.
Birds.
Ah.
Manin.
It said ma, so it's like
Yeah.
human.
No, it's legit. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So the body that's on the cross. Can
Dwarf.
we examine?
Kill chieftain and Malik kill dwarfs. One dwarf, other dwarf in with Malik, who
Okay.
has him still alive.
Okay. So maybe
I
that's
take you to
Yes.
you kill Malik?
Yes.
Yes.
We're agreeable.
And then Bobo go free? Or
We'll see.
Bobo serve? Bobo like serve. Bobo good server.
Okay, Bubba.
Bobo serve.
Yeah, Bobo. Yeah. Need rest?
How far's
No.
the journey?
How far is?
Not too far. Like 3 rooms away, and some long tunnel. But,
You wanna rest?
very small movement of sun.
Short rest.
Short rest.
Do we need a short rest?
Okay.
Alright.
Some people have used spells.
Yeah.
Can I recover hit points?
You can. So as a part of a rest, you can do what's called spending hit dice. So you have 3 hit dice. Everybody will have 3, and you can spend up to 3 of them per day in basically your hit dice of healing.
Or I can hand you.
Or you can get but that uses up resources and spells.
Right.
Yeah. And we don't know what's coming.
Right.
Well, everything I got is healing spells, so. Healing word,
I
cure
got a
wounds, better
flaming
healing.
spear and some fairy fire.
Okay.
Cool.
I wouldn't be able to trade out a resistance for a Toll the Dead, would I?
I don't see why not. I don't care. I'm good with that. All right.
Totally.
So go for Malik or go for Mushroom.
Malik
Different
first.
direction.
Let's go with Mallet.
Okay.
Does the body outside have any identifying markers so we can tell if it's
If it's
Darius or
Bach.
yeah?
No, not really. You can search it, and you do, and it's been stripped. Looks like it has some gnaw marks. It looks like the bottom parts of the legs have been eaten off, probably by the wargs. And looks like based on the face, he was probably alive when it happened. You do see some tattoo on him, on his chest, which looks like it's kind of like a dwarven face. Not unlike the face that's on, you can't see it because it's flipped around. But on the entrance to the mine, you can just go ahead and flip it around.
Okay.
So that's sort of tattooed, but with like the Celtic swirl,
Is it-
with like the
is that
Viking
this
swirl.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Yes.
On the cross.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so he's there's no like name or anything on him
Okay.
that you can tell.
What does the wagon belong to?
That dwarfs. Yes. We ransacked, take stuff back to main tribe. Main tribe, not like Malik. Main tribe forced by Malik and brother. They good-ish. Yes.
Goodish.
That's valid. I'm sure we can strike up some kind of a deal
Yeah.
after we get rid of Malik.
Yep.
All right. Well, go ahead and do your rests. You can look around. Definitely there are wagon marks to that location. It has been ransacked. Everything's been thrown out. There is like a crushed keg down there, and that looks like it's kind of stained, kind of a brown in the snow that's underneath and whatnot. I guess it froze over. And then that's about all you find. It looks like they have a couple of baskets of just raw ore. So you kind of see a little bit of glint in the remaining sunlight because it's basically you guys rested for like half hour or whatever it is, and then so you can kind of see that, but the sun's basically going behind the mountain now. So you are no longer in the light.
Okay, well.
So two people have.
But you're going into a mine anyway.
So what I'm gonna do while everybody's resting, I'm gonna
Yep.
come up here and I'm just gonna kind of watch, make sure nothing bad happens while we are resting.
All right.
Since I don't-
Give me a medicine check.
I'm a cleric, and my medicine check is horrible. 2. 9.
Uy.
A 9. Okay.
Unless let me cast guidance.
All right.
Did I got hit? No.
I don't think I hit
No,
you.
I didn't.
I didn't
No,
hit anybody.
no, no.
Well, I did hit something.
The
All right.
only one that got hit was the rogue, I guess.
All right. So we're moving back. So yeah, the mines are about 10 feet wide. So you do have to go kind of single file.
So let's not put the warlock in the front.
Probably not.
Here, since I'm not the wolf.
All right.
Maybe you want to put me on the front, I guess?
Who's the fighter?
Me.
And the paladin?
The dog's
Oh, yeah,
probably
dog.
behind the paladin,
Yeah.
or behind the fighter rather. Okay, so you guys go into a space that appears to be where there's a series of like cages. Suggest to you based on like the decayed bones of animals, and you know you're pretty sure maybe a femur is in there of a dwarf, but it looks like that's where they kept the wargs here for this particular group. And you see a couple of you know sleeping arrangements and some of their looks like personal effects, if you will. So in that you guys find 10 gold pieces worth of coinage, and you have another. Well, so give me perception checks, I guess.
15.
21.
21. All right. Anybody over 20 sides?
18. 16.
Perception?
Yeah.
21.
21. So you guys also find 12 more gold, 14 silver, and 18 copper pieces of an ancient coinage in like hidden, tucked away underneath rocks and other things. That looks like the other goblins, like
So-
probably Bobo, seems a little bit, especially with your roll, seems a little disappointed that you found. But you know, kind of like okay, yep, that sounds about right for today.
So what's 12
12
gold?
silver.
My life savings. 18 copper, 14 silver, 12 gold. In addition to the 10 gold that you found in the personal effects of the ward riders that were the cots that are next to the ward
So
cages.
overall, it was 22 gold, 14 silver, 18 copper.
Okay.
Did any of them have like a flask, or is it just money?
It's like a little like very primitive like little pouches that are around.
Yeah, you wanted to drink, ain't you?
Well, I
Alright.
figure we could light it on fire. It's not quite alchemist fire, but we could Molotov cocktail.
So how are you guys going to approach? He said it's there. We're going to go through a couple of little bends. There's a natural component, like a natural little crevice that the dwarves used, and then they mined from there. So you know the ground is kind of a mostly hard rock, but there's a lot of like mined material there that's down like crushed rock that makes sort of like a gravel.
Do dwarves have any special things to be in mountain or in rock or?
Special things? You mean like special abilities or?
We see
They
in
have
the night,
stoneworking,
right?
so you can actually use stoneworking. If you use a knowledge history, you get advantage, I think, on checks for stonework.
Do they have sconces? Since it's a mine,
Mhm.
don't know if okay.
They
that
do.
way.
They have like very thick wooden supports periodically throughout that, you know, except for the natural mine or the natural crack parts where they didn't have to use them, but everywhere where they actually did the mining, they did, and I mean they've been busy. I mean it goes back here despite being what appears to be two dwarves, you know, but they you know, you don't know if they have spells or something like that.
So are we being quiet and going through?
That's the
and-
question. Or are you just walking up being like, nope.
Do you have Pass Without Trace? As
Where
your
would
s-
that be?
It was
Your
one of your
spells.
spells. Okay.
Nope.
Wait.
Because sometimes, I don't know if you had it prepared for the troop.
Yeah.
Okay. Worth a shot. Because if we were going to stealth, then that would give us +10 to our stealth.
Okay.
Okay.
So approaching stealthily.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, let's get stealth checks from everyone.
Watching out for booby traps. 14 plus 5.
20.
Okay, that's good.
20.
Nice.
20. 12.
12. Okay.
11.
11.
16.
16. Okay. So 11's the. Okay. Yeah, you guys can see a flickering of light ahead,
Okay.
and you hear kind of a gregarious laugh, but it sounds somewhat sadistic too. It's like, and then you see like Bobo just gets this like determined look on his face, and he gets his head down, and you see he just like kind of takes out his sword, and
got it in
proceeds
his
forward.
hand.
So it opens up into a larger cavern. Actually, we'll move everybody back here. Make room for it. Okay. So. As you guys enter the area,
Just like the picture.
okay, and let's see here. And they are literally cooking the Mushroom Man. All right, so let me describe what's happening, and then I'll describe it. So those are actually, as they appear, those are legitimate crystals that are sticking out. With the firelight, you can tell that they appear to be purple-blue in color. So like,
Fluorite.
basically, and then the cubes are there. We have like the stone, which does have the two little shapes. That definitely seems to be something. And it looks like there's a couple of little like indents where they have a lot of mining material that they would look like they were trying to hit at different levels to test in this particular chamber. The cage is there, and inside it appears to be a dwarf who's laying back to you. And then there's a little cage and something very colorful in, but you can't make out heads or tails of it. And then the fire, and they're basically cutting open this myconoid and eating it right then and there. As you guys approach, though, the one with the spiked shoulder looks over in your direction as you approach. And let's get initiative. Alright, Z.
19.
Alright, Bakara. For initiative?
2.
2. Oh no. Alright,
15.
Eddie.
3, babe. Potato.
3.
I mean, it may not be
How
much,
much?
but
15.
15. Alright, Dex.
13.
Okay.
15.
15, Slendria.
So let
So just
everybody
based on
die
the natural.
first.
15, you said?
So your roll plus this.
8.
Sorry, 16. I keep forgetting that one.
Alright. Like Eddie. Slendria. Oh, I forgot to do one. Okay, never mind. Bobo goes first.
You got a 20?
He got a 17 on the
Oh.
roll.
nice.
Beats you guys, yeah. So Eddie,
Watch him get a
Slendria.
Bobo's unloyalty is going to prove his loyalty to us.
Do I?
I'm getting that 20 headshot. Just kill him.
Yeah.
It's going to be a distraction for us.
Higher than 14. No. Okay. Cool. So I will not use that. That's good.
Okara, all right. So the other thing I neglected to mention was there is a goblin that is tied up to what clearly looks like a dwarven rune stone, and he looks bloodied up and strewn up.
What is he again?
Huh?
What is he again?
Which one?
No, the
This one, the goblin.
Yeah.
So he looks like, he's been stripped down naked and he looks all bloodied and bruised and basically tied up to this dwarven monolith.
Okay.
Sucks to suck.
Is he conscious or unconscious?
Can't tell.
That dude is
It doesn't matter. He's not gonna be an enemy.
So he just charges in and around and will attack with his sword.
Come on, Bobo.
Rolls a 16
Yeah, boy. I told you not to kill him.
on the die, which is, that's funny, +4. So he hits and he does a d6 and then he will add his bonus to it. So 4, so 8 damage.
I'm telling you, Bobo is
Opening
nice.
volley.
Go, Bobo.
Nice.
All right, and that's it. So we have Z.
I don't think I can see him from here since I'm way in the back. Yep. Move me over to this side of the map. Yeah, that'll work. Yep.
Here?
Nope, hold on. Yep, that'll
It's
work.
kind of like your tattoo,
Which one?
actually, with all the little faces,
Faces.
like that,
Yeah.
but wrapped around, and they're not cats; they're goblins. Anyway,
Okay. Now that I can see, the one that was just attacked needs to do a wisdom saving throw.
wisdom saving throw. Let's see
So it's
here.
13.
No.
Cool. So I am tolling the dead.
Okay. Yep. You've been damaged.
So that is 5 necrotic damage.
5 necrotic. All right. So, yeah, comes in, slashes him. Bobo does, and makes out this like war cry. And then you come in and you just see like that wound just instantly fester and blacken and spread. But he's still alive. But okay. Let's see here. We have. He's shouting something in Goblin. He looks so mad, but he sees you guys here. He's going to actually. He'll go here. He's going to attack you. Since you haven't moved, see if he hits. It's gonna be ugly. Oh, a 20.
Oh,
It hits.
Oh, this is gonna be ugly.
Oh, no.
Yeah, bugbears have a special thing where if they hit, kind of like your assassin strike, if they hit before someone goes, they do a absolute crap ton of damage.
Oh no.
They do a little. It's not like. I will.
I told you don't
3,
put me
6,
in front of it.
11. 11 plus 6 is 17, plus 2, 19. Comes up with this spiked mace and just buries it in the chest of the dwarven cleric with hate in his eyes. Clearly extra hatred for dwarves. All right.
I am hurt.
Eddie. Yeah, your cleric like, oh, you got, like lets out this like, oh, funk.
Okay. I got a 3 plus 6 is 9. Well, I was gonna move.
What do you do? Yeah. What do you do?
I was gonna move like right here, but
Okay.
I got 9.
All right. Yeah, you roll a 9 on the attack die. Yeah. Unfortunately, no. So, Cylindria. You do have spells too, so Flaming Sphere is a solid one to get out there early in the combat because it remains, and then you can move it around, and it's basically a free attack, kind of like a free attack each round. So when I do my druids or my things, I do the spiritual weapon if I'm a cleric, or that with the
So
druid.
I can attack and cast that, right?
This round you can only cast because unless it says bonus action, it's a standard action to cast. So that is your round.
Action.
The bonus action is only certain spells and certain abilities and it'll say under casting time.
One action.
Yeah. So it is your action, but it's you basically summon a flaming sphere right on top of him, and then he has to save immediately, or it does that damage.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll cast it.
Okay.
So I have to start it over though, right?
Yep. Well, I would keep it. Put it on your character because it's used up. You can't use it again. I'll just remember that. But keep it open because you want to read it and see what it says.
Okay.
So he does pass his first save.
He what?
He passes his first save. So you cast it on him, and a spell, he has to make a saving throw, dexterity saving throw. I know the spell a little bit. And he basically saves, and I think it does, half damage in this version now?
Yep.
So it'll say in the spell description, it does a certain amount of fire damage, which is like 3d6. Pathfinder always gets in my way, and
That's
this one.
valid.
2d6.
2d6 fire damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one.
Yep, so it's half. So you roll 2d6 damage, and let me know what half of that rounded down is.
This?
D6 is like your classic dice from a casino
You should have more dice.
in your bag.
Yeah. So like these?
The square
Yep.
ones, yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Do you have 2 of them? Roll them at the same time?
I do.
Okay. So 6 damage, and which one are you casting on?
Let's
The
go.
one that Bobo's on, or the one in front of you, right in your face? Okay. Right
Oh,
in your face.
well, wait. I want to help Bobo out.
You want to have it on Bobo's? The one there?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. That one's already been damaged. So yeah, what was your 2d6 roll? 6, so 3 damage. All right. He starts burning a little bit, and he's like, and he's like swatting at the sphere that appeared out of nowhere. Speaking of, is this guy's turn? He's just pissed off at Bobo for
Come on, Bobo.
trying to take him out. Let's see here. +4, 12, he misses. So, yeah, Bobo easily goes and kind of kicks the Morning Star away from his face. Dacus.
Flexible.
He's going in there like gangbusters. He's like, whatever, I'm gonna take
Dacus.
you all on. Ah!
Has the guy
I'm a little
in front of
goblin.
me gotten hurt yet?
No,
Well, that's not good at all.
he has not gotten hurt yet.
Hit yourself.
But
Well,
your
that's
friend is
Malachi,
damaged, but
Hmm?
your
This is Malachi by Bobo, right?
We don't know
Malik
yet.
is, you don't know which one.
Oh,
Malik.
Malik. Oh,
You don't
we
know.
Okay. All right.
we're
Yeah.
just attacking
He
too.
just said it was
It's
Malik
Malik
and his
and
brother.
Bobo.
That's all he said. So you don't know
Yeah.
which one's the brother, which one's Malik.
We didn't ask. We should have asked.
But he did seem particularly adamant about going after that one.
Right, so
And
that's why,
did,
that's
so,
why I said,
yeah, you could surmise that he, unless he wanted to take on the brother, the weaker of the two,
Okay.
being a goblin, that is absolutely within the realm of the
Possible.
likely. In fact,
Okay.
so maybe the one in front of you is Malik. You're not sure.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You can try and talk to him.
I could.
At this point, I don't know. Like, all right, you hit the dwarf. Now, you feel better? Big guy? Okay, let's talk. I've had things like that happen, and if you roll a 20 on your diplomacy, it happens.
Really?
Oh yeah, I'll allow that. Heck yeah,
Okay.
we'd work that through. If you roll really well. But you have to roll really well.
I think I'm just gonna cast Cure Wounds myself.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I wanted to disengage and run away, but I can't do that.
Come on, your friend in front of you, he got hit.
Plus, I'm using Disciple of Life. So that's
Oh yeah,
six.
no, you got hit actually.
Yeah.
6 plus
Sorry.
8 is 14.
I
got
thought you
14
were.
points.
14 hit points back. Nice.
Not back, but 14 left.
Oh, okay.
You made me think about it.
All right. Marcus.
Oh, Marcus, shoot the
What you gonna do?
bugbear in front of me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
So
have
you-
advantage, or
You're
you
good
get
on
your
health
sneak
now,
attack.
right?
No, I'm not good on health.
He's not.
No, I'm
Not at
not.
all.
I mean,
Abort,
should
abort.
I do healing potion or attack?
Attack.
Attack.
Attack him.
Oh, good roll.
19.
You hit. Go ahead and do your damage, and you are sneak attacking. So, did you look up how much damage that was on the road?
By the way, I have the battle axe and the warhammer. Can I wear it right now both at the same time?
There are rules for it, but it makes it harder for both, or for the second attack. Yeah. So it's dual wielding. So you could, but then you don't use your shield, and part of you is having your shield.
Okay.
So your character is built
Yeah, yes,
around
I read
having
that
that
one.
shield ability. We just, yeah.
Okay.
It's hard
I
to
need
remember
choose.
everything and use everything absolutely efficiently in your first game, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
You guys are doing great. Whooping up.
I just remember to transform back into
So
human
it would
form
be
before
sneak
transform.
attack at third level is 2d6 damage. So you do an additional 2d6 damage on top of the hit with the rapier.
Alright, so which one do I?
So you're gonna
So
roll
that's a
3d6 essentially.
3d6.
So you're gonna have to re-roll one of
Rapier is
those
1d8.
d6s. So these are your d6s.
I thought rapier was D8.
Is it a d8?
Yep.
Yeah. So rapier is d8. So d8 and 2d6.
Alright, so there's a
The 10. This is the 10.
And then did I not give you a d8?
Well,
This is
you
the
exchanged
8.
with those d8s.
Yeah. What the heck? Thought I had one of every kind of dice in each of the bags.
So the D8?
That's a d8. Yep.
and a 3.
Okay. So how much total is that?
Including the first one.
Just
Yeah.
10.
10 plus, what's your plus to hit on your
Plus
rapier?
4.
Attack bonus or
Damage bonus.
d6 plus 4. Yeah.
So
So
14.
14.
14. Okay. So
That kills him, right?
he's just his hit. Yeah, it's the first hit he's taken. All right.
hit, though.
Bakara,
Okay.
or are you moving? Are you gonna do anything else?
So I'm just gonna move my dog.
You would have had to have moved up there. So move yourself somewhere so you're within 5 feet of him. So you can't attack from there. You actually have to get into.
So you have to move
contact
over
with
here, I
him.
guess.
But he has his movement though.
2, 3,
You can't go through an enemy.
But you can go through.
Oh, I thought I could.
Your friend.
Oh yeah, you can.
You can-
Yes, you can because he's a halfling.
Halfling.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Way to go, Bilbo.
Yeah, that was a good stick though. He does not like you. You think he's probably gonna try and eat you next round if he lives. Okay. So Baraka.
So I'm gonna try I'm gonna move my dog to
Okay.
behind him. So 1,
Move
2,
action.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Okay.
So 6.
Do a handle animal. So you have to do a handle animal check.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
Before I do that, so
Yep.
this
D20
die
plus.
I don't know.
that's a 3 and which one handling animal?
You got Ambrosius right now. He's like he is not
6.
wanting to. He is not wanting to go
Good
anywhere.
dog, dude.
Now?
He does
He
not
said,
want
"You
to
see
go.
the size of that thing?"
Okay.
Yeah, he's like, no, I
Okay.
saw that what it did to the cleric.
So that didn't work.
Nope.
So then I'm gonna move.
Okay.
So I have 5 squares. So
Oh, you should be the one.
1,
that
2,
does the
3,
Well,
4, 5. So I'm gonna move behind him. So I'm gonna do
Yeah,
an
right,
attack from
that's
behind.
Okay, you did a move action to call or to try and direct the dog. So that was your action. Yeah.
That was my action.
So no, you can move back. You can move there. You, just
move,
can't do
you just
anything.
can't attack.
I
Yeah,
cannot do an attack.
Yeah,
Okay.
which is fine because he still looks like he wants to eat the.
Okay.
halfling.
Well, you're a fighter, right?
Yes.
You
Yeah.
can do a,
Surge, action surge is
Surge.
perfect time for that.
Which
so
one?
you actually have an ability that allows you to do a reaction to take an extra action, or you
Okay.
can use it once per.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
it's
Oh, 20.
Nat
nice.
20.
Yeah.
Okay. There might be some butthole puckering going on.
So
Go
20.
ahead and, you're gonna roll.
Battle axe, which is a D8.
Suck some of the air out of the room. All
So that's one.
That's 1.
right, and then do it again.
Wait a second one.
Because you
'Cause you
crit it.
crit.
So when you roll a 20,
Ah.
you crit, and so it doubles the dice, but not the plus. So you roll the dice twice.
So the first
Add
one
those
was
together,
number 5.
and then you you add the total at the end.
8
13.
Plus
four.
what?
plus 4, 13.
Oh.
17.
How do you do it?
Yeah.
You just come out and you're
Yeah.
like, no, I'm not going to be denied my action. I'm going to use my fighter
Yes.
ability to get my extra action, and you're going to bury your axe in like the back,
You're
Yes.
his head, or what? How do you want to? How do you want to just? You take him out hard.
So
He is yeah.
yeah, I'm
he's
gonna
not
bury
Charlie.
my axe on the back.
Okay. You just see him like arc back.
Oh well, actually
and-
here, gonna.
Oh, well, then it cuts down.
Yeah.
Well into the lungs, and he immediately collapses down, eyes wide, and down he goes.
Huzzah.
Dang.
That was a good one. All right, Bobo and
I
Warg.
feel a lot better now.
The Warg. I'm gonna see if the Warg would attack him. They will. They both will. All right. So the Warg first hits. My goodness. He's earning his 10, 13 damage.
Damn, Bobo is
Oh
the
my God. And let's see if Bobo hits.
Come on, Bobo.
That's so funny.
Bobo's gonna kill him. Well, who knows? Bobo's
Well,
gonna kill him.
he has 16 armor class. He hits. Oh, that is so funny.
Go, Bobo! You got this.
That is so funny. All right. Oh my goodness. Why not? All right. So you see Bobo like goes through, and the Warg like thinks about it and does have like damaged teeth, so he didn't do quite as much as I mentioned. But like he still bites and gets like jagged teeth in there and pains him, and holds him there enough for Bobo to jump in the air with this like scimitar weapon and comes down right on the forehead of Malik and
He killed him?
splitting him, and he drops to his knees, and that is
All right, Bobo.
Bobo.
well, between the axe and the back, they both dropped. Man, we didn't. Yeah, we got into the second round. Good job, guys. All right, so basically at this point now we're at an end. So that was D&D. Congratulations, you have successfully rescued Darius, who is the one that was kept. Balk was the one that was killed, as it turns out. In the cage was a beautiful violet-looking little dragon thing with what looks like dragonfly wings, but the wings have been broken, and its tail looks like it's been like warped from just crushing, and it has broken bones in its tail. So you guys find a fairy dragon that has been kept for medicinal reasons by the bugbears, basically used for only that, because its breath weapon causes hallucinations. So they kept him as a permanent fixture. So he's in that cage. There is the goblin leader is actually dead. They killed him, and this backstory with that is that the goblin didn't want to mess with the dwarves. They didn't care about the mine anyway. They wanted to go, but because the other caster, who turns out to have manipulated the dead, was interested in harassing and going after the dwarves ended up killing him, and that's when Malik took a group and basically said, we're going to do this and it's mine. And then the chieftain came up, the goblin chieftain came up and be like, no, we're not doing this. And so Malik basically took him out and then strung him up and continued to torture him while he's there. So he's having there's a lot of pain happening in this room. Those are ores. There is silver veins all throughout here, and there's actually a platinum vein in here that they believe they have, and they're super happy that you guys were able to rescue them. So congratulations on your first successful mission in D&D. So
That was fun.
yeah, so lots of fun, lots of dynamic. There's combat. There's tons of we did the whole first part of the session was role play. That's pretty normal. So yeah, I'm glad you guys had fun.
That was a great adventure. Now I'm gonna play a goblin ranger, beastmaster or something like that.
Signing it.
I definitely